to wherever you're hearing us from this morning, in every city, town, Dorpi, village and Kasi, from the heartland to the hinterland. Good morning, South Africa. This is the morning brief on SAFM. I'm Thulasizwe Simelane and I'm here to deliver it to you. Well, coming up over the next few hours, we've got a number of key conversations lined up for you. Among them, the follow-through on the issues that have been raised by the incidents of poisoning, and let's call it contamination, because it turns out there's a technical technical definition of food poisoning. So contamination by chemicals of food that is sold at spaza shops, as well as by informal traders, especially around school areas. So some provincial departments are beginning to take the approach that says, until we understand what exactly is going on, we are going to put a moratorium or a pause on hawking around school premises. That's certainly the position in Limpopo, that decision being taken and a circular being circulated to that effect. But that has not gone down well with the School Governing Body Federation, because they are saying the decision to stop hawking for a while or put a moratorium won't solve anything. In fact, they're saying that it actually will affect hawkers, and many of whom are single parents who are striving to make an honest living. And, you know, they're saying that there are deeper issues at play in as far as that decision is taken, that suggesting that there could be issues to do with the school feeding scheme, that you know, the tender wars around the school feeding scheme coming into play. So it all gets a bit complicated when actually the interests of the children should be at the heart of any decision that is taken on these issues. So we've got that conversation lined up for you. We'll hear on that just towards the end of this hour. We'll look at that circular, as well as the reaction of the School Governing Body Federation to the decision to temporarily suspend hawking around schools. And then the other conversation that we've got lined up for you is quite political, and it has to do with the ANC. The ANC met at its National Executive Committee and took quite a number of decisions. In particular, the ANC says it's seeking to strengthen its branches as it seeks to renew itself. You and I know the performance of the ANC at the elections in May, while the party seeks to set itself on the path to redemption, path to renewal and restoration of its former glory. Among the decisions that it has taken, it says it wants its leaders and members in general to undertake political education. In fact, not just once. This will be mandatory. It will be compulsory that members will take a foundational course on the ANC, its history, its values, ethics, and the likes. What will that solve? Will it solve anything? And also at the same time, the ANC is talking about following through on ensuring that those of its members and leaders who were implicated in the Zondo Commission's reports, who have not reported to its Integrity Commission, should now be taken through the disciplinary committee and face disciplinary action. So that we will focus on in the second hour of the show, just after 7. As well as the conversation around the Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, who basically says they will be looking as a department to introduce legislation in Parliament to better regulate the functioning of spaza shops. At the moment, you will know that it's split between what municipalities do around licensing and the provision of licenses to operate, as well as much of it operating in the murky, unregulated space. Some of the spaza shops certainly operating within that space. The minister there, Stella Ndabeni, saying that she will be ensuring that she brings legislation to Parliament to try and close that loop. You'll know that the backdrop to all of this, once again, is the issues that we have been seeing around the operations of spaza shops. There were inspections that were undertaken about a week ago, and they found quite a number of irregularities, including, of course, what we reported on yesterday that had to do with the finding some of these chemicals, some of which are banned and some of which are potent and quite deadly, that were found during some of those inspections that were undertaken. So it does feel like that, as well as issues to do with migration, need some kind of proper regulation to ensure that there's adherence to all the rules, the laws and the regulations of the country as far as that is concerned. So we'll have a conversation with the Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni, a bit later on. That's in the second hour as well of the show. In the third hour and towards the end of the third hour, I'll be playing you an interview that I did with the CEO of the Airports Company South Africa, AXA. So many of you would have been caught up in the flight cancellations, diversions that were happening and delays that were happening at airports like George as well as Mthatha. I certainly saw a lot of frustration on social media when, not Mthatha, East London, when the flights at East London Airport were delayed. Well, we've gotten an explanation from the Airports Company South Africa, and it turns out, believe it or not, that the delays are occasioned by something of a administrative backlog that has to do with landing procedures that were not updated. And basically, when the weather turns, the pilots cannot land without those procedures being up to date. And therefore, the Civil Aviation Authority will simply tell the airlines and the pilots to say, unfortunately, you can do it when the weather is clear, but when it's not clear and the procedures are not up to date, we can't help you, and you have to divert and go to another airport. Seriously frustrating for passengers. You'll hear what the Airports Company South Africa has to say about that situation at about 9:15 this morning. Of course, we've got all of your regulars locked and loaded and lined up. Eva Chipa with the news updates every half hour. We have Rob Byrne with your traffic updates every 15 minutes or so. Zaikan is watching your sport throughout the morning. And Dauleng Lechela has your economics, business and market news covered. Sipho Mantula will give you your Africa update just before 8 a.m. And of course, through it all, we take your calls, and the number to dial is 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes on the number 061 410 4107. This is SAFM, Conversations That Move Us. The Tuesday edition of The Morning Brief starts now.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
We are a different kind of airline. One that's made travel affordable so everyone can fly. One that expands our routes to suit your needs. One that gets you there on time, more of the time, and who measures success in the smiles of our passengers. You could say, we do things differently. We say, we do things with heart, because without our heart, we'd be just another airline. Fly Safair, for the love of flying.
The Daily News Diary on SAFM.
For that, let's say good morning to Eva Chipa. Eva, good morning. So, I must say it's such a varied news day today. What's leading on your side?
Yes, there's a lot that's going to be happening today. So we start with this. This morning, the families of those who lost their lives while accommodated at the Live Esidimeni facilities will be marching to the NPA head offices in Pretoria, and they are calling for justice and accountability. So in 2016, a total of 144 mental health patients died after being relocated to allegedly unlicensed and ill-equipped NGOs. So the inquest that probed the tragedy to determine criminal liability of those involved has concluded its hearings and made recommendations that are yet to be implemented through prosecution in the court of law. Now, in other news, but staying with the courts, Senzo Mayua's lead investigating officer, Bongani Gininda, is going to continue testifying today. So yesterday, the court heard what he discovered in the banking and cell phone evidence that allegedly links accused number one, Muzi Sibiya, to the crime. So Sibiya allegedly pointed out the murder scene in Vosloorus on Gauteng's East Rand, which was subsequently led to the confession statement. Now, the brigadier has been on the stand explaining how they they pieced together the evidence, which is linking accused number 1 to the murder of the Bafana Bafana captain, which includes the hostel, which is said to be the meeting point of the accused before and after the murder. Now, to touch on what you mentioned earlier, the Health Minister, Dr. Motsoaledi, says it's possible that some spaza shops are using and selling pesticides with the chemical organophosphate for the purpose of killing rodents. Yesterday, the minister announced that the cause of the death of the 6 children in Naledi in Soweto is the chemical organophosphate. Government is still investigating how the children ingested the chemical, and Motsoaledi says they are still yet to positively link the deadly chemical to any of these spaza shops in the area. In other news, the National Disaster Management Centre has confirmed that they're working closely with COCTA to ensure readiness for the upcoming summer season. So South Africa experiences disasters and hazards from floods, heat waves, droughts to wildfires. So the department presented the summer season state of readiness of disaster management and fire services. And just lastly, tell us, what is your opinion on mopani worms?
Never tasted them.
Really?
Never.
No. Oh, no. Okay, that's heartbreaking.
I feel judged.
I mean, a little. Because scientists fear that mopani worms, or also known as masonja, may have gone into extinction. So this popular species has not been seen in the last 2 years, and climate change and the debushing of mopani trees are said to be the contributing factors. And this has left small business people who sold mopani worms for years badly affected. And that's
Really?
it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what a fascinating story. That's one of the stories about sustainability. Everything that we do, every human endeavor, just thinking about what is the impact on nature and just the sustainability of the cycle of life, man.
True.
All right, Eva, we'll catch up with you a bit later on. That's Eva Chipa. She'll be keeping you updated every half hour with your news as well as headlines every half hour here on The Morning Brief.
Thulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
So yesterday, when I was giving you your weather, there was quite a number of these warnings. And, you know, as I always say, when there are warnings, we feel as a responsibility here on the Morning Brief to ensure that we emphasize and highlight those. Just to give you an update, there was widespread and extensive damage in the area of Bushbuck Ridge in Mpumalanga from those storms that took place. The Department of Basic Education now concerned that more than 30 schools in the area have been affected and damaged by the storms, and there are reports of some 4 people reported to have passed away during those storms, and in fact more than 40 others are said to have been treated at various hospitals. You'll know the concern from the department is that at the moment they are at the height of administering the National Senior Certificate examinations, the matric exams. So any disruption, any kind of damage to infrastructure such as schools will be of great concern to them. So that's why we tend to slow it down a bit and emphasize the warnings. So let's do exactly that again this morning as we take you through your weather. There's only one impact-based warning. It says, and it's a yellow level 2 warning, and it's for disruptive rain leading to localized flooding of roads and settlements, and that is expected over the Koukama, Kucha and Nelson Mandela Bay municipalities of the Eastern Cape. Then there's a fire danger warning. It says extremely high fire danger conditions are expected over the western bushveld of Limpopo. The rest of your weather looks like this then. Pretoria is fine with a minimum of 13 and a maximum of 28. Johannesburg, fine, 12 to 25. Mbombela is partly cloudy with isolated afternoon thunder showers with a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 27. Polokwane is fine with a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 32. Mahikeng is fine and windy, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 10 to 25. Bloemfontein, partly cloudy and windy, 5 to 22. Kimberley, partly cloudy and windy, 12 to 23. Cape Town is partly cloudy, becoming fine from the evening. The wind will be moderate southerly to southwesterly with a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 22. Gqeberha is cloudy with widespread showers. The wind will be fresh to strong southwesterly with a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 20. East London is cloudy with scattered showers. The wind will be fresh southwesterly but strong in the afternoon with a minimum of 13 and a maximum of 22. Durban is partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers. The wind in Durban will be light to moderate southerly to southwesterly with a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 26. And finally, Pietermaritzburg will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers with a minimum of 12 and a maximum of 23.
The reality is that 90% of South Africans don't save enough for retirement. This National Seniors Month, why not be part of the 10% who do? Choose an interest rate of up to 11.7% after 60 months with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Anyone 55 and over can open one on the Money app in less than 2 minutes. Go to nedbank.co.za for more info. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
The Reds have an assignment to demonstrate that their fans will never walk alone. But with 3 points in the bag against Brighton and Hove Albion.
The ball delivered and here's Jones and scores! Curtis Jones gets there.
However, the Seagulls want to emphasize that they are in the top half to stay.
Genio, he's got it across! Goodness me! Danny Welbeck has put Albion into the lead.
This is the Premier League. Catch the thrilling clash between Liverpool FC and Brighton and Hove Albion FC on Saturday 2 November at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
And we went on a water safari, and Mom spotted a hippo, and it said,
There is a place where you can see wonder and the wild, with breathtaking scenery and endless landscapes. Enjoy good food and embrace great taste.
And the next day we went to the Reed Dance. I saw the maidens handing over reeds to the mighty Zulu king, and the Zulu warriors chanting, Baye!
Explore all this and more in the magical Zulu Kingdom. This message is brought to you by KZN Tourism and Film Authority.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
25 minutes after 6. With 7.5 days, let's call it that, to go before the U.S. election, former President and the Republican candidate Donald Trump hosted a rally at Madison Square Garden in his hometown of New York on Sunday. Also on Sunday, the Vice President of that country and candidate for the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, campaigned in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. More than 41 million Americans have voted in early in-person voting or via mail-in ballots, according to a tally by the election lab at the University of Florida. Let's bring into the conversation Brooks Spector, an international relations expert. Good morning to you, Brooks. Thank you for your time. So this Madison Square Garden, in fact, before I get there, let's talk about the polls. Neck and neck is the expression that I've been hearing the most recently. Even the Economist model, for example, had Kamala Harris with a higher chance of winning the 1 week, only to swing the other way and have Trump with a higher chance the very next week. Do the polls and models count for anything anymore?
Yeah, well, good morning. Good to be with you. At this point in the campaign, with a week and a couple of hours left, I like to point people to the idea that Larry Sabato, who is a veteran campaign watcher and professor at the University of Virginia, and his argument is simply, at this point, the only thing that really matters is turnout. Mm-hmm. Turnout means people coming out to vote, presumably for your candidate as opposed to the other person. And that requires efforts by a campaign to encourage people either to vote via advance balloting or mail-in ballots or showing up on election day to stand in line, because turnout becomes a very different question than people answering a phone, are you in favor of John or Bill? And that's pretty much where we are. So the polls will say all the things that they have, and if you look at all the polls, there've been dozens of them, and I've looked at most of them at one time or another, and the numbers really tell you it's too hard to make that kind of decision. So we're back to the point that people actually showing up and casting a ballot, whether ahead of time or on the day of the election, that's going to be the only major and honest measure of how it all comes out. And that means we don't know.
Yeah. So let's talk about this Madison Square Garden rally by Donald Trump. It was extraordinary in many ways. Just some of the statements that came through there, some of what I heard when I was watching it, the F word being thrown around, all sorts of name calling, even more than what has become, signature at some of these events. Why is Trump, rallying in this way and also lining up some of these voices that were lined up in that way? And what's the likely effect on the electorate?
Well, Donald Trump, of course, is a New York City boy from Queens, which is a borough, a part of New York City that's not Manhattan. Manhattan is the place we all think of as New York City, but there are all those other people. And he's had something of a deep set of envies about Madison Square Garden since he was a child. And the idea, I think, was that he would culminate his pitch, his campaign, with this gigantic rally at the pinnacle of arenas in America, Madison Square Garden. He got all the publicity he could possibly want, but very little of it was any good, was the problem. It was all rancorous and angry and profane and insulting and racist and ugly. Mostly his speech was, sort of vintage Donald Trump.
Yes.
But it was the people who set up the event, the initial speakers, the comedians, the people to warm up the crowd. I've never heard stuff like that before in a rally, except among really fringe organizations and candidates. And I've been watching elections since I was 10, and I'm old. Yeah. And this was just too extraordinary for words. I mean,
it really was.
I'm still trying to digest exactly what the plan was here, and all I can really conclude is it was one more part of an effort, back to that word turnout, to rally his people, whatever that means, his people to show up and vote, as opposed to frighten the other people. And I guess by his measure, he succeeded. By the measure the rest of us have, it was abysmal.
Yeah, it really was extraordinary. I mean, there was talk of effing illegals getting whatever they want, people being called some sick bastards, and the whole effing party, a bunch of degenerates, and on and on and on were some of those expressions. Lastly, and very quickly, Brooks, Kamala Harris and the focus on swing states, particularly Pennsylvania, will that yield anything at this late stage of the race?
Well, it might, and emphasis on the word might, because the 7 generally referred to swing states, where the balance is roughly half and half between the two candidates, very modest amounts of voter changes or turnout can affect the way a state like Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona, Nevada, and what's the other one? North Carolina and Georgia. Just very, very modest movements could affect the way that state comes out. And because of the American system, if you win an election in a particular state, even if it's just by a few thousand votes, you get all of its electoral weight in what amounts to the real race, which is to gain 270 of those 538 electoral votes. And a place like Pennsylvania, with its ring of suburban townships and counties surrounding Philadelphia, that's where the votes are. That's where they have to win, and that's, I think, is what the Harris campaign has decided. Right. In those states, that's where they're going.
All right. Thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Brooks Spector, and international relations expert. Let's check in now with Eva Chipa with the latest news headlines.
In your news making headlines for this hour, former ANC Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe says the process of registering party members for the party's foundation course program must be used as an opportunity to re-sign party members. This as the party aims to register at least 600,000 members for the course next year. In other news, National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola says 97 wanted cash and transit robbery suspects were arrested between January and June this year. Officers seized 18 AK-47 automatic rifles and 35 vehicles used during the commission of these crimes. And lastly, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says the implementation of 2 new laws passed by the Israeli parliament would be detrimental for the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and for peace and security in the region as a whole. I'll be back at 7 for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Striking some delays in from Lenasia and from Protea Glen this morning, the N12 highway, just queuing up towards the Golden Highway exit. So as you come up passing Lenasia in towards Eldos, all of a sudden that route is very busy. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. A little bit further up, there's a delay on the N1 North through Deepcliff interchange onto the N12. That's just a route that's getting sort of busier by the week. No major problems there, just a sheer volume of traffic. N1 from Bruckfontein down to New Road looking fairly slow. And if you're avoiding the N1, quite a healthy backlog on the R55, moving into Crowthorne, coming down from Blue Hills. A lot of traffic lights out at Olifantsfontein and Lever. Olifantsfontein at the N1 as well. So if you go that way from Blue Hills, you'll also be in a bit of trouble. Durban, the M4 roadworks that we've been mentioning, still there at Dell Bridge. There's quite a heavy queue coming in from Clarewood Jacobs this morning on the M4. You might want to hit some alternative side roads, which should be okay this time of morning, and just avoid that single lane section of the M4. Roadworks are well overrunning into this morning's peak hour, and it is already heavily backed up. Motorists travelling inland, Southern Cape area, just to check before you travel on the status of the Mayring's Port Pass. It's the N12 north of Oudtshoorn. It was closed yesterday. Very heavy rains in the region, a lot of flooding. You want to check before you travel. There's not much in the way of alternative local routes, so you don't want to head out there, find it closed, and have to turn around. Cape Town looks a busy morning on the highways. The N1 from Brackenfell through to Century City jam-packed, and the N2 coming inbound's got a bit of traffic pressure building up from Robert Sobukwe through to Rappenberg Road in the Pinelands area. Mitchell's Plain very busy, multiple routes jamming, leaving Mitchell's Plain heading north in towards sort of Samora, Michelle and Philippi area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning, Zai. I know there's live cricket on the go, and that's where you want to start, but I can't help it. The controversy, the Ballon d'Or, the Footballer of the Year announced yesterday, and it's with much controversy.
Ish. I feel like the Ballon d'Or voting committee didn't really give Vinicius Jr. a vote of confidence.
A lot of people feeling hard done by, particularly the Real Madrid supporters, the team that said Andizi.
Rodri taking the top spot, by the way, by a landslide. I think Vinicius is just wondering what he could have done. I mean, to be honest, what can you do?
Yeah.
Do you campaign? Because a lot of it relies on these journalists that get to vote.
It's sentiment.
Things
we can't control.
There's always next season to win over the ballot box, as they say. Let's go into that story. We'll start with Rodri picking up the award, as well as Aitana Bonmati winning the Women's Ballon d'Or for the world's best football player. And the 28-year-old Rodri won the prestigious award for the first time after helping Manchester City win the Premier League and being a key player in Spain's European Championship win. He succeeded the 8-time winner Lionel Messi of Argentina.
This talks about that is a process, you know. I mean, I think in the Euros, I think when I never put a target on myself to be this kind of player, you know. If you see the mountain, if you're in the low back, of course it's going to be very, very high. But if you have like small goals every day in your life, you will increase your level. One day you will be, I'm very high, you know. And this is, I think, what happened.
Meanwhile, the Bafana captain Ronwen Williams not able to clinch the Yashin Trophy at Ballon d'Or. That went to Argentina and Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. Williams was placed 9th in the final voting on the list of 10 nominees, which itself is a huge achievement, placing him in the top 10 keepers in the world for the 2023-24 season. Let's look elsewhere for news. Manchester United have approached Sporting over appointing head coach Ruben Amorim as their new boss. Talks are thought to be ongoing over making the 39-year-old Erik ten Hag successor after the Dutchman was sacked yesterday. United would need to pay the Portuguese Sporting release clause, which is understood that they are prepared to do that. Let's go to that live cricket action and give you a score update. That's our Proteas that we are checking in. They're off to a bright start against Bangladesh. It's day one of the second test. South Africa is up and batting. They're 37 for the loss of no wickets. So they started strong, and this is after 8 overs. Aiden Markram is at the crease, which is, he's got, I think, about 18 runs off 28 balls, playing it cool and steady. We also have at the other end, Tony de Zorzi wasting no time with 15 runs of 20 deliveries. Now we have Bangladesh's Hassan Mahmood putting in the effort, but he hasn't quite cracked a wicket yet. So we'll give you another score update at the top of the hour. Let's go to rugby. The Springboks, they've arrived in Jersey in high spirits, keen to make their preparations underway for the outgoing tour. They'll be based on the Channel Island, which is between England and France, for a week-long training camp before departing for Scotland for their opening test of the November internationals. That's a wrap of your sport. Here on the Morning Brief, we'll have headlines top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
For that, let's say good morning to Ndauling Lichela. Ndauling, I see the legal action lawsuits between Delta and CrowdStrike. What is that all about?
Morning, Tula. So we have Delta and CrowdStrike blaming each other on the back of that global outage we saw in July. CrowdStrike being under fire yet again, the cybersecurity company facing legal action. This, of course, as I mentioned, in relation to that global outage, which disrupted many business operations. Delta Airlines was one of those firms that was dealt a blow, dealing with flight cancellations and disrupted travel plans of 1.3 million customers. And so Delta is suing CrowdStrike for damages. In the lawsuit, Delta called the faulty software update from CrowdStrike catastrophic and said the firm forced untested and faulty updates on its customers, causing more than 8.5 million Microsoft Windows-based computers around the world to crash. Now, the airline is claiming over $500 million in direct losses, plus additional damages for lost profits, legal fees, and reputational harm. CrowdStrike has fired back, filing its own lawsuit, saying Delta's claims are rooted in misinformation and a lack of understanding about modern cybersecurity. They say the real issue here lies with Delta's IT infrastructure, which hindered recovery efforts. Now, Delta, just one of two firms that have publicly said they're suing CrowdStrike. There are also a number of individuals that are privately pursuing court action, further causing, financial and reputational damage to CrowdStrike.
Why is Ford lowering its 2024 earnings forecast?
So much is happening there. Just one of the car makers dealing with, tight competition against these Chinese EV makers. So Ford Motor's third quarter earnings slightly topped analyst expectations, but the company lowering its 2024 earnings forecast to the lower end of its previous range. The automaker beat estimates on both the top and bottom line, but it now anticipates 2024 adjusted earnings before interest and taxes of about $10 billion, down from the initial range of $10 to $12 billion. The company faces a number of challenges, including a global price war fueled by overcapacity and electric vehicle competition, high warranty costs, and supply chain issues. And we've also seen production issues made worse by the recent hurricanes we've seen in the U.S. also hitting its bottom line. In its EV segment, Ford reported a third quarter loss. The company expects full year EV losses to approach $5 billion. Its CFO, John Lawler, doesn't expect things to get better anytime soon in that particular segment, saying that the pricing pressure on EVs will persist until at least 2026. Despite these challenges, Ford's commercial and gas engine divisions posted combined growth, which then drove some growth on the bottom line. The company has made tough decisions, cancelling its 3-row electric SUV due to unprofitability. Ford, in the meantime, maintains its goal to cut $2 billion in annual costs by the year end through reductions in materials, manufacturing, and freight expenses. This effort aims to offset higher labor costs following the United Auto Workers Union agreement last year.
All right, lastly, Ndauling, please give us a recap of the markets here at home in the US as well as Asia.
So markets kicking off the week on a high, setting the stage for a pivotal week ahead. The next few days will be packed with earnings reports from major big tech companies, an update on inflation, and crucial monthly jobs report. Ahead of the news, the U.S. markets closed in the green yesterday, with the Dow Jones leading the gains there. Over in South Africa, here at home, local markets hit a record high following global peers. The All Share gained 0.7%, boosted by a near 1% rise in the industrial 25 in yesterday's trading session. This optimism, however, not filtering through to the rand as it continues to trade weaker, sitting at 17.72 against the dollar. Shifting focus to Asia, those markets mixed ahead of key U.S. economic prints. Traders over there are also eyeing a rate decision from the Bank of Japan coming out later this week.
All right, we'll catch up with you in the second hour. That's Ndauling Lechela, watching all things economics, business and the markets here at home and around the world, and doing it all for you here on The Morning Brief.
South African Airways is expanding in the DRC. We now offer direct flights from Johannesburg to Lubumbashi, the heart of the DRC's mining hub. Our convenient arrival time allows seamless connections to key regions like Ndola and the Copper Belt, opening up new growth opportunities. Traders can benefit from our generous baggage allowance, while SAA's superior aircraft belly capacity ensures your cargo reaches most parts of Congo on the same day. Book now at flysaa.com or contact your travel agent. South African Airways, connecting Africa to the world, one flight at a time.
What's going on, everybody? You want to catch the Psalmist, 2nd of November, 7:30 is all the red carpet action. We don't come through looking like that when the night arrives. 8 p.m. main show only on SABC 1. Yeah, get what's called in.
Celebrate 30 years of music with the Summer Awards, Saturday 2 November. Yellow carpet starts at 7:30 p.m. and the main awards at 8 p.m. on SABC 1.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
7:15 here on The Morning Brief. It's good to have you with us. The Department of Higher Education and Training achieved 56 out of 110 targets across 6 performance areas in the last financial year. The DHET presented its budget review and recommendations report to Parliament last week. The department had a target of having 149,000 pupils enrolled in skills development programs. However, the Department of Basic Education only recorded over 51,000 registered pupils. In fact, the department then recorded over 51,000 registered pupils, and that's about 64.1% short of the desired mark. For more on this, I'm joined by education activist Hendrik Makaneta. Good morning to you, Hendrik. Thank you for your time this morning. So the gap between what was targeted, and we're talking here specifically around skills development initiatives, the gap between what was targeted and what was achieved is vast. What does this tell us about the performance of the Department of Higher Education?
Thulasizwe, thank you very much. This actually means that, we are losing the war against, unemployment, because you will recall that even though youth unemployment is very high in the country. The reality is that we are facing what is known as the structural unemployment, where there is a skills mismatch. And now, if we do not train a sufficient number of young people and by giving them the relevant skills that can be able to help them to escape the unemployment crisis, then it means we will continue to increase. I mean, as we speak now, there are many young people who are sitting at home, and of course the department is failing young people by not training or giving skills to the required number of young people.
Where is this system not performing optimally, Mr. Makaneta? Because, part of the report suggests that artisanship, there was a better performance as far as artisanship is concerned, but at the same time, those work-based learning programs fell short of the target. There was about 110,500 that was not achieved either. So where is the system falling short?
Well, there is no doubt that the problem is the capacity. You've already mentioned the stats that just over 51,000 learners were able to be absorbed. I think that on its own is the failure of the department, because had they taken more than 100,000, would not be sitting with this challenge.
Do you take any comfort in the fact that the SETAs are said to be improving in as far as governance is concerned?
Well, I think that compared to previously, I can safely say that, yes, there is an improvement, although there must be regular monitoring and evaluation by the relevant authorities to make sure that all the SETAs are able to do what they are supposed to do. But the country continues to face a number of challenges, and it will be good if we can overcome these challenges by making sure that as many young people as possible are absorbed into these programs, which are going to assist them with the relevant skills.
Lastly, Mr. Makaneta, when we started this conversation, you talked about the impact of all of this on the high unemployment, particularly youth unemployment in this country. You are calling for the alignment of education outcomes with what the market demands. What can be done to achieve exactly that which you are calling for?
Well, we need to also revisit our curriculum. We know that this structural unemployment. If you check every Sunday, if you buy a newspaper, you'll find that there are jobs that have been advertised, but unfortunately, people are not able to, or some people are not able to apply for these jobs simply because the skills that they have do not match the ones that are needed in those careers. So now we know what the impact of the changes in the globally as far as the 4IR is concerned. We therefore need to ensure that all of these courses which are not necessary to be, or which are saturated, we try and move our students, into fields that are really needed, such as data scientists and so on. We must continue to improve in those. Universities must move away, or in fact, take as few people as possible in all of those courses which do no longer have add value, to the economy of the country.
All right. Thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Hendrik Makaneta, who is an education activist, talking about the performance of the Department of Higher Education and Training, particularly as it relates to skills development initiatives.
SAFM. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a busy Tuesday. The N1 South through from Pretoria jamming between Brockfontein and New Road this morning. No gaps in that. The R21 changeable roadworks have changed again today. This morning between the Benoni exit and the R25 Bupsfontein exit on your way to Pretoria. It's quite a heavy backlog if you're leaving Kempton Park and leaving the airport. R21 North into that. It's a different traffic pattern that it is heavy. You might not be expecting it, so just be aware of it. The N1 a crash before Bayers Nordia. 2 lanes closed. Big backlogs coming out from sort of Gordon Road, 14th Avenue this morning on the way into towards that one. Durban, we've been detailing since much earlier this morning the overrunning overnight roadworks on the N4 Southern Freeway. Only 1 lane open near Dalbridge Station as you get up towards the city centre. The traffic is extreme. It's all the way back through to Clarewood, so you might want to avoid that. Just note if you're taking some side roads, there's no lights on South Coast Road at the M7, so that'll be a bit slow. Once you get through that, side roads are going to be much better. The M4 is a really heavy backlog up to Durban. Crash at Otto Follock on the M19. It looks like that roadway may be closed going into Pinetown from Claremont, New Germany side. So if you've sort of heading that way from Reservoir Hills in towards Pinetown, just know it's all heavily backed up. Cape Town this morning into town, pretty heavy from the airport through to Hospital Bend territory. The N1 slow go from the R300 right through towards the Coburg interchange this morning. Just having a look at those traffic patterns for this time of morning, it looks like it's going to be a very busy Tuesday run through the peak hour traffic into Cape Town. Exits out of Tableview, Malapongwe queuing from Rivergate, Bloberg Road queuing down through from Wood Drive towards the Coburg Road at Refinery, and traffic all over Marine Drive, Sunset Beach, Milnerton down in towards Loxton Road and Woodbridge Island, very slow as well. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Fizzy drinks and fruit juices are making our kids sick. Sugar is dumped into their bodies with every sip, leading to obesity, heart disease, and diabetes as they get older. We need to protect our kids from all sugary drinks. Demand a stronger health promotion levy now. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
We are a different kind of airline. One that's made travel affordable so everyone can fly. One that expands our routes to suit your needs. One that gets you there on time, more of the time, and who measures success in the smiles of our passengers. You could say we do things differently. We say we do things with heart, because without our heart, we'd be just another airline. Fly Safair, for the love of flying.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
6 minutes to 7. Let's focus on this now. The School Governing Body Federation has condemned a recent decision by the Limpopo Department of Education to suspend hawkers from selling goods outside schools. The SGB Federation says the directive is unjust and misguided. The department sent a circular in light of the ongoing poisoning and contamination incidents in various schools across the country. For more, I'm joined by Derek Muswana, who is the School Governing Body Federation convener in Limpopo. Good morning to you, Mr. Muswana. I've got to thank you for your time. One would have thought, as the School Governing Body Federation, you would have been in support for any move that tries to put a halt while the real causes of this, these incidents are being investigated. But not so. You are against it. Why?
Good morning, Mr. Simelane, and to the listeners as well. The reason why the SGB Federation family is condemns the recent circular issued by the department is because we have noted that the hawkers have nothing to do with the current food poisoning in schools, because hawkers mostly they sell fat cakes that are not centralized in terms of supply and procurement. So the only thing that we have in common is the department's nutrition program, which is found in every school, because some of the incidents that have been reported to primary schools that do not have hawkers. Some of the learners that have been victims of such a food poisoning are learners who have not bought anything from the hawkers on that particular day. So we cannot shift blame the hawkers. Here we are seeing a department that is trying to shift responsibility to the poor hawkers who are trying to make an honest living in terms of selling.
How can you definitively say that hawkers only sell fat cakes? Are you able to back that up? Are there no hawkers who sell repackaged snacks and things like those?
not necessarily only fat cakes, but they don't have a centralized supplier where at hawkers in every province, because these incidents have been reported not only in the province of Limpopo, but in various provinces as well. And these hawkers do not have a central supplier where they buy from one person. They buy from different warehouses and wholesalers.
But why does that matter if the contamination is happening at various wholesalers and along the food handling chain? Should it matter whether they buy from one central supplier or various suppliers? Isn't the issue contamination with chemicals that happens at one stage of the the food handling chain, whether at manufacturing, wholesaling, even by the hawkers and spaza shops themselves? I'm just trying to follow why you are saying there's nothing there to even look at.
The department failed to even put a convincing statement to say the hawkers might be responsible. What we said to the department is the only common factor in this food poisoning incidents is the feeding scheme program. So why don't we look at there for a status? Then the department said, no. We will scare people from eating the nutrition programs and so forth. So rather I think they are trying to say, rather we shift the blame to the hawkers so that the focus might not be on schools. Because we are saying, if the hawkers are responsible, why is it that in Pukugan Primary School, Kosoton Second in Skukune East, why is there incidents of food poisoning? Why is there incidents of food poisoning in Bochum, in schools that do not even have hawkers?
Sure,
are we then saying hawkers are still responsible? They cannot be responsible. What all the schools have got one thing in common, that is the nutrition program. And we know for a fact that there are people who are trying to tarnish the good name of the current supplier so that he can be replaced with a new supplier that will be beneficial to the MEC and his friends.
So tell me then, and you've mentioned this quite a number of times, that the only thing that is in common on these issues is the school feeding scheme. Do you believe that the poisoning, the contamination is happening somewhere along the value chain of the school feeding scheme then?
It is definitely happening there because you cannot say one that is selling fat cakes, one that is selling fried chicken, and one that is selling sandwiches is responsible for the contamination. While you are not admitting that, because all the schools and all these learners who have food poisoning incidents have been beneficiaries or are all beneficiaries of the school nutrition program. Therefore, we need to look at that. So once the department does look into that, they will find that this is nothing but a tender war. Here we are fighting a very corporate war with the lives of the innocent children who are very poor and desperate for nutrition.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you for your time this morning. Derek Muswana is the School Governing Body Federation convener in Limpopo, weighing in on the food contamination incidents that have happened, at least in that province, leading that province to decide to temporarily suspend hawking around schools. And Derek Muswana, they're telling us that they are barking up the wrong tree. And that brings us to 7 a.m. Let's check in with Eva Chipa with the latest news.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
Top stories at 7. ANC aims to re-sign members to the party, and police prevention plan sees a decrease in cash and transit robberies. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. Former ANC Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe says the process of registering party members for the party's foundation course program must be used as an opportunity to re-sign its members. This as the party aims to register at least 600,000 party members for the course next year. The ANC launched its foundation course program, which is aimed at equipping party members to be better public servants. Motlanthe elaborates.
I don't think, as Comrade Phoebe says, we have
600,000 members. I don't think we know who these members are. I really don't know if we are sure. And so this process must go hand in hand with the process of re-signing all these members anew. It's been done, it can be done.
National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola says 97 wanted cash and transit robbery suspects were arrested between January and June this year. Officers seized 18 AK-47 automatic rifles and 35 vehicles used during the commission of the crimes. Briefing the media in Pretoria yesterday, the National Police Commissioner says they are observing a downward trend since implementing a weekly prevention plan.
It is important to know that we are experiencing less incidents of cash heist. It's not through the grace of God. It's as a result of the hard work done by the men and women in blue. And we will continue doing that over the festive season. And they will not be afraid of criminals. We will face them. And those that don't relent, we will be out there to face off with them.
Sentencing is expected to be handed down today at the High Court sitting at Vredendal on the Cape West Coast in the trial of Daniel Smit. Smit has been convicted of the murder of 13-year-old Jerobean van Wyk 2 years ago. The boy's body was found in a drain on Smith's premises. A closing argument is expected to precede sentencing. In other news, Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says it's possible that some spaza shops are using and selling pesticides with the chemical organophosphate for the purpose of killing rodents. Yesterday, the minister announced that the cause of death of the 6 children in Naledi and Soweto is the chemical. The incident, which occurred earlier this month, resulted in public outrage, with local communities accusing foreign-owned spaza shops in townships of selling expired and unsafe food products. Motsoaledi says they are still yet to positively link the deadly chemical to any of the spaza shops.
Organophosphate is not a substance that must really be used domestically. Now, why are spaza shops buying it? Our theory is, until we are proven otherwise, is that they are using it as pesticides to kill rats specifically, because I want to believe that there are rats in quite a number of spaza shops, since communities, it's also been sold to communities for killing rats, whereby they are not preferring Ratex. So we believe it came into spaza shop in that manner, but as I'm saying, we still have to prove scientifically its presence there.
And lastly, looking further afield, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says the implementation of 2 new laws passed by the Israeli parliament would be detrimental for the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and for peace and security in the region as a whole. Israel passed 2 laws barring the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees from operating in Israeli territory, and another banning Israeli authorities from having any contact with the agency, with implications for its operations in Gaza and the West Bank. Sharon Bryce-Peace has more.
Guterres said he was deeply concerned by the adoptions in the Knesset, laws that, if implemented, could likely prevent UNRWA from continuing its essential work in the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The Secretary General said national legislation could not alter Israel's obligations under the UN Charter or international law, warning that the implementation of the new laws would be detrimental to resolving the long-standing conflict, calling UNRWA indispensable. Shervin Bryce-Pease, SABC News, New York.
Recapping the top story at 7, former ANC Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe says the process of registering party members for the party's foundation course program must be used as an opportunity to re-sign party members. This as the party aims to register at least 600,000 members for the course next year. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
Those were the top stories for this hour. Don't miss out on a possible car insurance saving. SMS out to 30754 for a quote. Outsurance, where you always get something out. Here's what real clients say about OUTsurance. Here's Fundi, 46 from Brackenfell.
They give me lesser amount for my car. 523 rand on my 2013 Hyundai iX35.
Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
Give OUTsurance a call. You can't lose.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Here's a bad one this morning. The M1 North leaving Soweto, heading through to Randburg at four ways. A crash blocking a couple of lanes, in fact multiple lanes, at Bayers Nordia Drive. Traffic is funneling all the way back through 14th Avenue and back through to Gordon Road. So if you know some old, in fact, back towards Soweto, as I refresh my system, it's heavy. The M1 North, Soweto through to Bayers Nordia. Stay off that highway this morning. Pick up some alternative routes for an easier run through. N3, Elans to Modderfontein Road via Giluli all fairly heavy. Roadwork delays this morning on the R21 North up towards the Bobsfontein exit. If you're leaving the airport, that's a problem. Also, stay off Durban's M4 inbound. The single lane section for roadworks at Dal Bridge still there. Big delays now marching all the way back through to Jacobs. It's hardly moving. That M4 is just one lane open. Crash going into Pinetown on the M19 at Otto Follick. That section of roadway is currently closed. So if you're driving in from Reservoir Hills, that'll be a problem. And if you're on your way out of Cape Town's Eerste Rivier towards Stellenbosch, a crash on Baden-Powell near Spear, just causing some delays. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, it's cricket action underway. Proteas taking on Bangladesh, the second test, and we're batting strong with a score of 60 without loss after 14 overs. And in soccer action, in COSAFA action, Banyana demolished the Seychelles 8-1. We'll find out more at around 7:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
8 minutes after 7 on this Tuesday. Good morning. This is the Morning Brief on SAFM. It's good to have you with us. We have a jam-packed half hour for you. In fact, jam-packed hour, but this half hour in particular, we've crammed quite a bit. So let me quickly tell you what is coming up within the next 25 or so minutes. The African National Congress on Monday launched what it's calling a compulsory foundational course for all of its members. The party says it hopes the foundation will assist in its attempts at renewal and to rebuild the party in the wake of its electoral losses on May the 29th. We'll talk a bit of that, a bit of politics, just talking about the state of the ANC and its initiatives, including its decision now to now recommend that those who were implicated in state capture, in the state capture report, the final reports, who did not then report to the party's Integrity Commission, should then be hauled before its National Disciplinary Committee. That conversation, we have it lined up for you within this half hour. Also, we'll be talking a bit about, there's a very important court case that is going to be playing itself out today and tomorrow. It has to do with the social relief of distress grant. The Institute for Economic Justice and hashtag Pay the Grants are going to court challenging the constitutionality of the social relief of distress grant, at least its administration. The hearing is at the High Court in Pretoria, and according to the organizations, the case challenges the various procedural barriers that have been put in place which prevent eligible people from accessing the social relief of distress grant. Among the issues that we'll be raising in that conversation within this half hour, you'll be interested to know how the South African Social Security Agency defines insufficient means, because for you to qualify for this grant, you need to be someone who is of quote-unquote insufficient means. And within that, you factor in income as well as financial support. How those terms are defined, we are told, has led to a number of people, according at least to civil society, a number of people that would otherwise qualify but perhaps received some money from a relative 1 month and that was taken into account, and then you are completely disqualified from receiving the SRD grant. And that's 624 Rand, a threshold, as well as application via online means. Those are some of the issues that these organizations are seeking to challenge in their court case. Of course, we have all of your regulars lined up for you here on the Morning Brief, but importantly, we want you to be a part of the conversation. You can do that by giving us a call on 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes, and the number for that is 061 410 4107. This is SAFM, Conversations That Move Us. The second hour of the Tuesday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I was recently diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome. Patients like myself go through a long and strenuous journey to get a stem cell transplant. I am grateful for the support I've received as I wait for the call that my donor has been found. This Sunflower Month, be a lifeline to patients like myself by registering to become a stem cell donor. You can save a life by registering at dkmsafrica.org.
We are a different kind of airline. One that's made travel affordable so everyone can fly. One that expands our routes to suit your needs. One that gets you there on time, more of the time, and who measures success in the smiles of our passengers. You could say we do things differently. We say we do things with heart, because without our heart, we'd be just another airline. Fly Safair, for the love of flying.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
13 minutes after 7, the Small Business Development Minister, Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, has conceded that there is no effective regulation on spaza shops in the country. Ndabeni-Abrahams says her department will introduce legislation in Parliament that will include reserving certain sectors of the economy for South Africans. She says the regulations will apply to South Africans and foreign nationals. She joins me now to take the conversation forward. Minister, good morning and thank you for your time. How does the lack of regulation manifest in your department's analysis?
Thank you so much, Thulasizwe, and good morning to you and your listenership. I must say it really impacts negatively on the economy, as there's lots of money circulating in the industry that is unaccounted for. And of course, we're not only looking at the tax implications wherein people are not even paying tax, but it also spills over, as we have seen over the years, the challenges in relation to the quality of the products, some of the products that are being sold in certain spaza shops. And this is what triggered us to say, while there's lack of enforcement of the existing regulations, there's a need for ourselves as the department responsible for small business development to also have a say in this matter. But as things stand, we do not have a say by law. We're just coordinating those structures, while there are different pieces of legislation, but they're not enforced entirely.
You will face people who will say it's for citizens to lament. You are in government. You have the authority to do something. Why have you not created regulations until this point?
Now, if you listen to me, Thulasizwe, as I said, there are existing legislations and regulations that are not entirely enforced. What is lacking that we're talking about is therefore the responsibility of the department to be inserted, because the current Businesses Act, which is a government law, entitles that responsibility to the municipalities. The National Health Act give that responsibility of environmental health inspections to district municipalities, and we thank God that Minister Mzolodi is back to the Department of Health, because when we were doing these engagements, that's when we found there's lots of loopholes, including at looking at the capacity of the municipality to administer this. If you look at the Agriculture Standards Act of 1990, it does talk to inspections that must be done by the Department of Agriculture. This is why, as the department, we are coordinating all those that are involved in that space to say, you have a part, this is the law that enables you, please make sure that you follow it to the latter. And where there are gaps where we know that it's going to take too long, for example, the capacity municipalities, we join hands with other departments like the Department of Higher Education to say, there's lots of unemployed graduates, can we bring them on board to be trained, at least so that they can help us, for example, the basic thing of getting the spaza shop registered, in order to assist municipalities that by law are the ones that are supposed to do the work that we are doing. So it's not entirely true that government does not have any, but it's the enforcement part. And of course, you are correct to say that from the department side, we do not have that because it is given to another sphere. So, now, having recognized that there's this gap, this is why you are saying let us amend the law so that we insert the department to also be able to play its rightful.
Tell me a bit more about that, amending the law, interventions at the law level. There's talk of you introducing legislation that would reserve some sectors for South Africans. How would that assist in inserting you into the mix of regulation and monitoring and implementation of those regulations as far as spaza shops are concerned?
At least there will be one single body that is able to define the policy framework. That's the first thing. That is very important because now, as things stand, anyone can, from the municipalities individually, they said there are different standards. They just open to everyone. And why we are saying it is important that we get involved is because there's a need for a coordinated approach in terms of the licensing. Which sectors can we license? And to say which ones can be reserved. This we do because, like even all other countries have a responsibility to their citizens. There is no reason to have a spaza shop that is owned by a foreigner, which is why the Immigration Act also stipulates on what must be done. But now all those acts, although they are there, when you go to the licensing authority, they do not have a framework that guides them to say, at least potatoes, this and that must be reserved for South Africans that are in the space, looking at initiatives that must drive local economic development. It protects the local economy whilst it enables citizens of that country to be able to meaningfully participate in their economy and therefore avoid the unnecessary fights that at times you see and therefore lead to South Africans being called xenophobic whilst they are fighting for their space on trade matters that they know they have capacity to.
Some will say you'll run into difficulties, Minister, where part of the complexity is that the foreign nationals, many of whom undocumented, who run spaza shops, rent from South Africans in their homes, but also, South Africans who previously ran spaza shops, but basically just rented out, with the result that your line of sight as far as the regulation and enforcement may be hindered by that layering. What will you say to that?
It is true that South Africans are also benefiting because we've met lots of property owners who came to us to caution, to say we'll be taking away their income. But we do raise with them. As South African citizens, they have an obligation to adhere to the laws of this country. The Immigration Act is very clear on who can do what, including what must happen to South Africans that are albaiting or aiding foreign nationals to do trade outside what they are permitted to do by their visa.
All right.
Because if you are here to on a work permit, there's no reason for you to do business. And therefore, as a responsible citizen, if I therefore lease my space to you, I must make sure that you're also compliant. Which is why we're not saying we're calling upon citizens to play their part, whilst we're calling for law enforcement agencies to make sure that they do these inspections so that Home Affairs, where they find that there are people who are here illegally, as there's lots of them, they close immediately and deport those people.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. That is Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, who is Minister of Small Business Development, talking to me this morning on The Morning Brief.
We definitely know what good insurance is. Our insurance don't delay when it comes to any claims. If something happens to one of our vehicles on the road, service delivery is the main thing.
They make sure that you are a satisfied customer from the beginning to the end.
It's definitely a win-win with our insurance.
Switch to Business Outsurance today and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
There's a song that goes, "Money can't buy me love." And that's true. But then they told us all you need is love, which anybody with a mortgage will tell you most certainly is not true. Love won't pay your parking tickets or your student loan. It's also needy. It requires effort, availability, constant care. But more importantly, love requires time. And while money can't buy you love, it can certainly free up some of your time. Time to spend on the things you love, with the people you love. And if you're looking, maybe even time to find the one you love. That's why, after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do the things you love. And don't you love that about investing? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
What's good? This is DJ Akio representing Strictly Soul, Africa's biggest R&B party. I want to remind y'all to tune in on November 2nd for the Sama Awards on SABC1, Mzansi for sure. Red carpet 7:30, main event at 8 o'clock. I'll see y'all there. Peace.
Celebrate 30 years of music with the Summer Awards, Saturday 2 November. Yellow carpet starts at 7:30 p.m. and the main awards at 8 p.m. on SABC1.
And we went on a water safari, and Mom spotted a hippo, and it said, "Grrr."
There is a place where you can see wonder and the wild, with breathtaking scenery and endless landscapes. Enjoy good food and embrace great taste.
And the next day we went to the Reed dance. I saw the maidens handing over reeds to the mighty Zulu king, and the Zulu warriors chanting, "Baye!"
Explore all this and more in the magical Zulu Kingdom.
This message is brought to you by KZN Tourism and Film Authority.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
The African National Congress on Monday launched a compulsory foundation course for all its members. The party says it hopes the foundation will assist in its attempts at renewal and to rebuild the party in the wake of its electoral losses on May the 29th. The party says it believes political education will help to deal with factionalism and disunity in its ranks. Let's bring into the conversation Professor Bheki Mngomezulu, who is director of the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at Nelson Mandela Bay University. Prof, good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. Political education, will it fix anything in light of the factionalism and disunity that the ANC is seeking to address? Can you address that with political education?
Good morning, Thulasizwe, and good morning to your listeners. Maybe before answering your question directly, let's get the basics right. As a country, we are guided by the Constitution, and the ANC is guided by the ANC Constitution. So that means that you respect the office of the president regardless of who the incumbent is. That's where things start getting wrong. If you look at the country, for example, you realize that currently we're talking about this TNS and disrespecting the president. It doesn't start there. When the SG of the ANC was elected, I raised concerns when he went to the media and said, in my position as SG, I'm going to tell the president who is sleeping on the job, who should be kicked out, who should be returned or retained. That's where things started going wrong. Now we're talking about the need for political education. Indeed, the call is a necessary one. Because if you deploy people into positions of power, you must do that knowing for sure that they're going to deliver on the mandate they've been given. Failure to do so will definitely derail all the plans of the organization. Political education is important. What former President Thabo Mbeki has been calling for, doing audit of the membership of the organization, is also correct. But then the question is, are you going to do that at the time when factionalism has already destroyed the organization? Because that is where the organization has lost ground. It didn't take long for us to realize that this was the problem. I'm one of the people, for example, who raised this before the 2019 election. And I said factionalism is killing the ANC that some of us have known for years. We're not listened to, were chastised, and in fact were labeled in different names. Then the 2019 elections came, the ANC got 57%. We thought that learned a lesson, and then we started making even more noise that we were not listened to. Come 2021, the ANC's performance was even worse. After that, we did the same thing, trying to educate freely, and then we're not listened to, then the ANC got 40%. So now the question is, if you come with this a school of education, who are you going to deploy there? And then will the membership buy into their idea?
Yeah, so there's talk of some 300 of its members who will act as trainers, and they'll be working with the branches, etc., etc. The second aspect I wanted to focus on with you this morning, Prof, has to do with integrity and the Integrity Commission. The ANC now saying that of the people that were mentioned in the state capture report, and I believe the figure is some 97 ANC officials and leaders and members mentioned in the Integrity Commission, in the state capture report, and only 34 of them abiding by the rule that says if you are implicated in any corruption, you report to the Integrity Commission. Now the ANC says it will follow through on getting those people before its National Disciplinary Committee. How successful can they be in ensuring that that is abided by?
Yeah, you are asking a very good question, Thulasizwe, but let's ask a different question. Why did it take the ANC to get 40% for it to wake up from its slumber? Because we knew long ago that the Zondo Commission had made recommendations, which commission was appointed through constitutional means, and therefore its report had to be adhered to. But that was never done. And only now that we are realizing that we have made a mistake, now we have to make sure that the remaining members who are implicated must appear before the Integrity Commission. We are even saying that there should be an appeals process. Didn't we know about this all along? So all I'm saying is the call is a necessary one, but it's too little, too late, because the damage has already been done. There is a trust deficit. The voters no longer trust the organization they've always entrusted with the responsibility to lead the country. The membership is no longer as loyal as it used to be. We no longer have cadres who are volunteering to be members of the ANC. We have people who are joining the ANC for their own personal gains. That is where the problem is. So in other words, we should have learned lessons long time ago. But of course, we do welcome the call. We do welcome the means that the leadership is taking. But as I say, it's too little, too late. The damage has already been done.
All right, Professor Bheki Mngomezulu, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. He is director of the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at the Nelson Mandela Bay University.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
Let me take a quick voice note that has to do with the very same theme we just covered with Professor Mngomezulu.
Good morning, Thulas. It's William Mdluli of Richards Bay. I'm a tracker. Thulas, ANC is a laughing stock. Whenever they hit a snag, they always come up with innovation. Whereas those innovation does not come into practice. It's not the first time they're coming up with innovation. Now they're going to do screening for a membership, whereas they themselves inside the Tulu house need screening. These people, they just come with innovation, just a waste of time. They know it for themselves also. I thank you, Thulas.
Thank you for that. Who's screening the screeners? Those who are doing the screening, who is screening them, asks that caller there on the voice note. That brings us to 7:30. Let's check in with Eva Chipa with the latest news headlines.
In news making headlines for this hour, Police Union Pop Crew and SAPO in the Northern Cape say they are concerned about the increasing numbers of police officers committing crimes. Some officers in the province are under investigation, while others are facing disciplinary proceedings. In other news, former ANC Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe says the process of registering party members for the party's foundation course program must be used as an opportunity to re-sign the members. This as the party aims to register at least 600,000 members for the course next year. And lastly, looking further afield, Lebanon's health ministry says 60 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on the Bekaa Valley. At least 58 others were wounded, the health ministry added, noting that the toll was preliminary as rescue efforts are still underway. I'll be back at 8 for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy delays coming out of Soweto on the way to Randburg using the N1. Do what you can do to pick up some alternative routes and avoid getting caught here. A crash going into Bayers Nordia. Multiple lanes closed. Traffic backlog to Soweto Highway. The approaches to the highway, Hendrik Potgieter, 14th Avenue. Very heavy backlogs there as well. Gordon Road across the M1. A little bit slower than normal as motorists struggle to get into that enormous queue. N1 Soweto to Randburg. Trying to avoid it. Crash on the N3 at Modderfontein Road. Pretty heavy getting up through Gillies. N3, N12 and R24 routes are affected. And the roadworks on the R21 this morning, they are closing some lanes before you get to the Bupsfontein exit. So heading away from the airport towards Pretoria, that is heavily backed up. Durban, the M4, the roadworks that have overrun this morning have well overrun into peak hour. One lane open at Dull Bridge heading into the CBD. The backlog's almost down towards the N2 highway down at Prospect, and so just stay off the M4 Southern Freeway. It's just not worth it today. M13, Hillcrest through to Kloof being held up. Crash halfway through near Gillets, causing a really big delay. And Cape Town today, heavy out of Tableview, Marine Drive, really bad down to Racecourse Road. The alternative Malabongwe, queues from Sandown Road out towards the N7 highway. And if you're driving up into the N2 on Baden-Powell Drive, quite a backlog of traffic through Jafta Masamola, bottom of Khayelitsha. Baden-Powell going up to the N2 is quite a heavy queue as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Good morning, Zai. Live cricket on the go on the Indian subcontinent.
Yes, and we've got Bangladesh. They found a breakthrough. Taijul Islam striking early, and but we've still got Tony DeZorzi. He's still at the at the crease. The scoreboard is ticking. We're on 82 for the loss of one wicket there, and that's the Proteas that we're checking in. They're taking on Bangladesh. Second test, all happening at Chattogram in Bangladesh, and starting strong. Tony DeZorzi is leading with a solid 36, and that's off 55 balls, while I think we've got the likes of Tristan Stubbs settling in. He's on 9 after 16 balls, and yes, we did mention Taijul Islam managing to break through with a wicket, putting a slight dent in South Africa's strong start. But the Proteas are still building a steady innings. Bangladesh's Mehdi Hassan Miraz has just come into the attack and looking for that next wicket to slow things down. More cricket. Captain Kayla Reyneke and the seam all-rounder Faye Cowling are the standout performance as the SA Under-19 women secured consecutive victories, taking an early lead in the 5-match Youth T20 International Series against Ireland. Reyneke delivered an impressive 46 of 27 balls to guide the hosts to a 6-wicket win in the first T20I. Elsewhere, we've got soccer. Banyana's coach for the 2024 COSAFA Women's Championship in Gqeberha, Maud Khumalo, says they are ready to face any opponent in the competition semi-finals. South Africa successfully topped Group A, winning all 3 matches. They defeated Namibia 1-0, Eswatini 3-0, and Seychelles yesterday 8-1. They now await the winner of Group D between Mozambique, Zimbabwe or Lesotho. Let's hear from Maud Khumalo, who's the Banyana coach.
I've been checking them since we started the tournament because I knew that the winner from Group A is going to face the winner in Group D. So the teams that are playing there, most of them, yes, I've been watching them, looking my highlights, and I know we might play Mozambique, if I'm not mistaken, things like that, yeah. So it's more of us now. It's going to be energy versus physicality, and then it's going to be energy plus creativity. And then Mozambique, they're very strong. But I've looked at their game, how the game plan. They just sit at the back, things like that. It's a game plan because it's a tournament. They don't want to concede. They just want to catch in the counter. So it's something that we are working on. The only thing that we need to do, as long as we don't concede, we're still in the game.
Let's go to the Bafana captain Ronwen Williams, not able to clinch the Yashin Trophy at the Ballon d'Or in Paris last night, which went to Argentina and Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. Williams was placed 9th in the final voting on the list of 10 nominees itself, which is a huge achievement, placing him in the top 10 keepers in the world for the 23-24 season. Spanish midfielders Rodri and Aitana Bonmati won the men's and women's Ballon d'Or award for the world's best football player. The 28-year-old Rodri won the prestigious award for the first time after helping Manchester City win the Premier League and being a key player for Spain's European Championship triumph. Boxing, a half-century since the Rumble in the Jungle was beamed around the world from the Congolese capital. The city is preparing for the anniversary celebrations to mark the heavyweight showdown that inspired a generation of boxers. The underdog Muhammad Ali triumphed over the then undefeated champion George Foreman, and that was on the 30th of October 1974 in a match that became legend. Ahead of the festivities being organized by the Democratic Republic of Congo's presidency as well as the U.S. Embassy, about 20 boxers from across Africa will recall the fight as they spar at the sports ground in Kinshasa during an amateur championship this month. We'll leave it there for now in the boxing ring. More sport, top of the hour. For SAFM, I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning, Dauleng Lechela. Once again, let's talk mining and M&As, mergers and acquisitions. Who is Osisco Mining and why has Goldfields completed the acquisition of Osisco?
Morning, Tula. So Osisco Mining is a gold mining company that's based in Canada, and Goldfields has been vying for those assets to just beef up its portfolio. Now, M&A activity has been under scrutiny at Goldfields following the time where it lost out on a bid for Yamana Gold about 2 years ago. This saw its CEO even stepping down at that point. But things have turned, their fortunes have turned, with Goldfields securing 100% ownership of the Windfall project and surrounding exploration district in Quebec, Canada. Those are the assets that were owned by Osisco Mining. The 24.6 billion rand deal marks a significant step in boosting the quality of the company's portfolio. The Windfall project is expected to produce about 300,000 ounces of gold annually with low all-in sustaining costs. Now, the deal faced criticism as Goldfields overpaid for the second tranche of Osisco shares. Despite that, the miner says its financial position remains strong and that it expects its balance sheet to improve due to strong cash flows growth this year and in 2025. Now, Goldfields has faced operational challenges this year with production shortfalls at its Salares Norte mine in Chile and issues at its local mine South Deep. This resulted in a 10% reduction in its full year production forecast to 2.2 to 2.3 million ounces. The Windfall acquisition now is seen as a much needed growth opportunity, which is set to boost overall production.
Cement production is always a good indicator of the state of your economy, is it not? And PPC expects earnings to rise by close to a fifth.
That's right. So PPC's share price hit a 5-week high in yesterday's trading session following that strong update where the cement maker said it expects earnings to rise by as much as 18%. Growth was driven by cost-cutting measures in South Africa and Botswana, which reduced administrative and operating expenses. Additionally, higher average cash balances generated increased investment income, and the absence of a 53 million rand impairment charge recorded in the prior period also boosted its bottom line. Markets were also pleased that PPC is making progress with its turnaround strategy, where it has focused on rebuilding and exiting non-core markets in Eastern and Central Africa to concentrate on growing the margins and cost reductions of its core Southern African operations. Now, while earnings are set to improve, the group remains concerned about the operating environment, saying despite falling interest rates in South Africa and improving local sentiment, there is still no clear evidence of large-scale infrastructure or retail developments. And so it's not too upbeat about the environment it's operating in.
And then finally, in Dowling, just a recap of the markets here at home in Asia and the United States.
So kicking things off in Asia, trade quite choppy this morning, with investors looking ahead to the release of US economic data and the earnings report of tech titans later this week. Stocks in China in the red, with the Shanghai index down 0.8%. Trading in the opposite direction is the Japanese Nikkei, up 0.75%. Over in Wall Street, futures are in the red, reversing yesterday's gains. Now, while sentiment has improved, investors are a bit nervous as US citizens prepare to take to the polls next week. Back at home, the JSE hit a record high in yesterday's session, with the All share up 0.7% at the close. Meanwhile, a stronger dollar and upcoming events, including the local midterm budget as well as the US election, just weighing on sentiment in the currency front, with the rand feeling the pain. It's currently trading weaker at 17.73 against the greenback.
All right, thank you for that. We'll talk to you one more time after 8:30. That's Ndauling Lechela there with your update on business, economics and the markets here at home and around the world.
The cost of living crisis is real. Here's what one Outsurance client did about it.
I'm Amy. I'm 26 from Kenilworth. When I got my 2022 Ford EcoSport, the immediate thought was to phone Outsurance, and I pay only 819 Rand per month. No insurers were able to beat or match the premium that I'm currently paying.
Want a car insurance premium that will blow your mind? SMS out to 30754 now for a quote, and to find out about included benefits like panic assistance that sends the nearest medical or armed response unit to you wherever you may be 24/7. Here's Yusuf.
45 years old from Teigedal, Western Cape. I pay 700 Rand for my Polo 1.6 2021 model. If you haven't called Outsurance yet, definitely get in touch.
Give it a go. SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice.
Africa Update on SAFM.
All right, for that, let's bring in Advocate Sipho Mantula for that Africa Update. Sipho, good morning. We start with Botswana decides, and that's happening tomorrow.
Thulas, refreshing morning, Jumbo Africa. I thought today let us look at the new economic challenges that will be facing the long ruling party as well as the opposition parties. One will find that unemployment, Thulas, has gone up there 27%, with youth unemployment above 45%. You look at the government employees, public servants there, Thulas, have been getting their salaries a bit late, and others are saying government pushing austerity measures. And again, the last part, Thulas, when you talk of diamonds, the gem of Botswana is the second biggest after Russia, but there is still also the downturn in the demand. That's how, when the political parties, they will be contesting tomorrow, the issue of economy to us will also haunt those who will be going into the office.
Yeah, so the economy will be very much in focus in that election. Speaking of elections, in Mozambique, the protests as well as the appeals continue. Podemos is going to the Constitutional Court.
They have submitted a 100-page appeal document that is in Portuguese. I could not even fathom anything from the Thulas.
And when I thought if anyone could read it, it would be you.
And what they have done it is that they are now contesting that the Frelimo, as they are having the 2/3 in parliament now, they are challenging parliamentary elections, presidential elections, and as they are busy pushing their documents to us, in one of the districts, Moma district, there was the burning of the police station, and the police have to run away to us. Detainees or prisoners had to be released by the people who were saying the police must leave that area. And this is past, what we call post-election violence, and at the same time, it's litigation going on in Maputo.
And I see that the French president is visiting Morocco. What's on the table for this visit?
Macron is going there to meet with the King, Thulas, and with the Prime Minister. But what is key is your trade relations, your climate change, immigration, but also the issue that I've said last week, that the issue of Morocco and Western Sahara. France have changed its views about how they view this issue. Others are saying it's now to make up in terms of the relation between France and Morocco. So this is an important visit, as others have seen that there are many French companies operating in Morocco. So this is an important visit by Emmanuel Macron in Rabat.
And in Kenya, Sipho, I see that the impeached former deputy president is not going down without a fight.
He doesn't go without a fight. Now he's contesting the powers of the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice to say, but was the Deputy Chief Justice allowed to appoint the 3 judges who can preside over his impeachment? Remember that yesterday when he went to court was to still hold the current process going on in the courts, but he's now contesting the judge who has been preceding his case, and that's why he goes into the Constitution of Kenya, citing few articles from Article 25, Article 27, but it is interesting case law to us when you look at the presidential impeachments and at the same time how the law operates in Kenya. So we'll wait and see, because he has gone to the courts trying to stop this High Court proceedings, which others are saying his appeal has to be reviewed.
And lastly, in your historical archives, you take us to 29 October 1998. We were dealing with the wounds of the past on this day.
Thulas, an interesting moment 26 years ago when the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu handed the report. He said, I won't change the fact that they've killed, bombed and tortured their own people. Those are not the intentions of the commission. But Nelson Mandela receiving this report, Thulas, he says the wounds of the period of repression and resistance are too deep to have been healed by the TRC alone. It was a highly contested report to us when it was coming out. Others wanted to write to the courts to stop it. Others managed to have some sections omitted from that report. And most political parties were found wanting in terms of the gross human rights violations. But overall, to us, the culprit of the apartheid years was the South African state itself. That's what came out from that report. And until today, we still have issues of reparation in this country that are being raised by different bodies. There is still the issue of amnesty, how it was handled after 1996 and after this report was submitted to the founding and the late President Nelson Mandela. Asante sana Thulas, as we're still leading the conversation, SAFM.
Not forgetting the prosecutions that were recommended. Thank you for that. That's Sipho Mantula there with your daily Africa update. He'll be back with more for you tomorrow here on The Morning Brief.
We are a different kind of airline. One that's made travel affordable so everyone can fly. One that expands our routes to suit your needs. One that gets you there on time, more of the time, and who measures success in the smiles of our passengers. You could say we do things differently. We say we do things with heart, because without our heart, we'd be just another airline. Fly Safair, for the love of flying.
Ayo, what's up? Unomfundo Yegani, real name, no gimmicks, and Nkulunkulukazi, the Queen God. Don't forget to cash back to the city this Saturday at 8 p.m. only on SABC 1. Angege Basko and a dog.
For all the hip-hop heads, check out the Back to the City special, Saturday 9 November at 8 p.m. only on SABC 1.
The Nelson Mandela Museum, in partnership with the University of Johannesburg and the National Liberation Heritage Institute of South Africa, NALHISA, will host the third edition of the African Liberation Heritage Indaba. The event will take place on the 28th and 29th of October 2024 at the University of Johannesburg Arts Centre, Kingsway campus, under the theme 30 Years of Freedom, What Have Become of Heritage Assets and Repatriation in South Africa. The Indaba aims to bring together former liberation movements in South Africa, academics, researchers, social activists and students to dialogue on topical and pertinent issues that are facing the African continent.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Busy both sides of Joburg on the highways this morning. Crash on the N3 at Modderfontein Road. Traffic heavy from Germiston, passing the cement factory up through Galulis. And then behind that, of course, a really big backlog on the N12 and R24 routes coming into Galulis to try and get into that N3 queue up through the Edenvale area. Other side of town, big crash on the M1 North before Bayers Nordia. Heavy traffic parking back through to Soweto. That's really bad. Try and avoid that one if you can. Busy getting into Sandton, Peter Place, Republic Road, coming through to a very busy Winnie Mandela Drive, tripping towards the Parkmore side of Sandton, all heavy. And the main road worth a mention today from Kyalami down through Lone Hill, down through Witkoppen and Robin in towards Bryson. A lot of traffic lights down and some very heavy backlogging. N4 into Pretoria's Hatfield area, heavy as well. Bit worse than normal this morning. You line up from Watermeer Street through the N1 and down into that central Hatfield area. Durban, let's get you an update. Couple of issues there. One is the roadworks on the M4, which returned this morning. Southern Freeway, one lane open approaching Victoria Embankment. Traffic remains heavy from Jacobs area, so our advice has been to stay off that. Just note if you are off it, there's some lights down South Coast Road in the M7, so some additional delays there. And then we got some taxi protests. Day 2 of this taxi strike, Stamford Hill, Durban train station. Just if you can avoid the area, there's multiple routes that are being blockaded, and it's all very heavily backed up. Crash on the M19 near the M2 highway now. There was one earlier going into Pinetown. This is coming to Durban. There's a really big backlog passing Reservoir Hills on that M19 going down towards that crash. And also a breakdown on the N2 before Komashu. So from Umgena Road, that run up through that Komashu exit through Queen Nandi Drive towards the M25 is very heavily backed up. Cape Town crash going into Stellenbosch this morning. R44 arriving in from the Somerset West area. Crash just by Techno Park. And the N7, there's a crash southbound just after Bosmansdam Road towards the N1. And that's a big queue stacked back to Plattercliff Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Let's go to the story now. The court case initiated by the Institute for Economic Justice and #Pay the Grants, which challenges the constitutionality of the Social Relief of Distress grant, will be heard in court this week. The hearing will take place in the High Court in Pretoria today and tomorrow, following lengthy delays. Let's bring into the conversation now Elizabeth Reuters, who is Deputy Director of #Pay the Grants campaign. Good morning to you, Ms. Reuters. I've got to thank you for your time. So let's go straight to the barriers that you are talking about, the procedural barriers, and I will talk about the other ones that have to do with the online application in a moment. But for now, let's confine ourselves to the disqualification of people who are considered to not be qualifying in terms of the criteria of insufficient means, income, as well as financial support. How much of a barrier are the definitions of these terms that I've just used in the system?
Good morning, Thulasizwe, and good morning to all the listeners. What's happening right now is, unfortunately, beneficiaries are being declined unlawfully and also being excluded from the SRD grant, whereas SASSA is saying that beneficiaries have an income source and beneficiaries really don't have an income. SASSA is also excluding beneficiaries for giving them back pay. So if SASSA owes you 2 months SRD and they pay it into your bank account, you will then be declined for the next 2 to 3 months. And we feel that that's unfair because that's not an income, and we would really want SASSA to define to us what is the income. Because the income means that you're working and you're earning a salary. But these beneficiaries are unemployed, and they are definitely supposed to receive the SRD.
And as part of the court case, you took supporting affidavits from applicants of the SRD grant. And tell me about the experiences of people that are considered to have an income or financial support, but according to them, they actually don't have. What are some of the examples?
Some of the examples will be that you find out that you maybe have a policy, and your policy will maybe be 210, and one of the family members is maybe paying your policy, and they like putting the money into your bank account for the debit order to go off, and then you will be declined by SASSA. Some beneficiaries are being declined because they receive their CSG grants in their bank accounts, and they will also be told that they have an income source. Some, their bank account is on zero, yet they are being declined.
All right, thank you for that. Just sharing some of the insights into what will be coming out of the hearing of that court case brought by the Economic Justice, the Institute for Economic Justice, and the hashtag Pay the Grants. That is Elizabeth Reiters, who is Deputy Director of hashtag Pay the Grants campaign.
Thulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
To this now, the Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis is requesting the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana to stop cuts to housing grants and other pro-poor funding streams in municipalities and provinces. The Finance Minister, you'll know, is due to deliver his medium-term budget policy statement this Wednesday. Hill-Lewis says he hopes there will be no further cuts to housing and informal settlement grants following a 107 million rand cut to Cape Town last year. Hill-Lewis joins me now on the line. Good morning to you. Tell me about the impact, because part of the justification, Mr. Hill-Lewis, for the cuts is that, we're taking cuts across all line items on the budget, partly because of the cost of servicing debt that we all have to bear together. But what is the impact in terms of programs from the human settlements cuts?
The impact is that projects that we have sometimes spent years planning and which we have already told communities about have to be put on hold. And communities do not understand why, for the last 3 years, for example, we have been talking to them about a housing project, and then all of a sudden that housing project was maybe supposed to start breaking ground, and it now has to get put on hold because the budget has been cut from the national state. Last year, Cape Town alone got 110 million rand cut to our housing grant. This year, 65 million. Every year we get shaved a little bit further off these essential service delivery grants. And I understand what you're saying. We all know where the money's going. It's going to pay our huge debt bill, and it's going to bail out state-owned enterprises that are failing. But I'm making the argument that those are not legitimate places to cut from. You've got to cut from other places in the government rather than stuff that directly, or budgets that directly benefit the poor. So that's the call we're making.
Specifically, we're talking here, are we not, Mr. Mayor, about the Human Settlements Development Grant as well as the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant?
That's exactly right, yeah. So those are grants that we use directly to fund housing projects, construction projects, and informal settlement upgrading projects, which is new roads, new electricity connections, new water connections. So those are really, really important for cities to be able to have access to those grants to improve people's lives. And when they get cut, those are the grants that have the biggest direct impact on people's lives. There's lots of other things that have indirect impacts, but those are absolutely direct. You can actually trace a line from the budget to say, here is a project in this informal settlement that now has to get put on hold.
Where should the minister be looking for cuts, given what he said, warning that, quote, debt service requirements now consume 1 of every 5 rand of revenue and absorb a larger share of the budget than basic education, social protection, or health. So the cuts are already happening on those other line items. Where should he be looking now?
Yeah, basically the choice that South Africa or our government has been making over the last decade is to cut basic services, and it links to the conversation you've just had, which I heard while I was waiting on the line. We're cutting basic services, so there's no money to care for the poor and to deliver basic services. And we are favoring three things. We are favoring bailouts to failing state companies. We're favoring public sector wages, which are now extremely generous and high. And we are favoring debt. And those three things are not sustainable. So if we look to cut, those are the places where we have to trim. We cannot be, I'm told, I hear, Transnet needs another enormous bailout, even though trains are still not running properly and our ports are still not working properly. That is not sustainable. We cannot be funding those state-owned companies while we're cutting tap and toilet and new street delivery in informal settlements. Doesn't make sense.
All right, let's leave it there. That's Jordan Hill-Lewis, who is the mayor of Cape Town, weighing in ahead of the Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's medium-term budget policy statement. And of course, that statement due to be delivered tomorrow. We'll have to see how the minister balances the escalating costs of servicing debt and bringing down our debt burden, at the same time trying to maintain expenditure on some of these key programs that are helpful to communities across the country. And that brings us to 8 a.m. It's time now for a news update with Eva Chipa. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
Top stories at 8. Northern Cape sees an increase in numbers of police officers committing crimes and 60 people killed in Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. Police unions POPCRU and SAPU in the Northern Cape say they are concerned about the increasing numbers of police officers committing crimes. Some officers in the province are under investigation, while others are facing disciplinary proceedings. In one case, it is alleged that a police officer attempted to rob a mine worker of a diamond at a mine in at the Muzzlefontein farm. In a different matter, another police member was arrested for allegedly raping a 15-year-old girl in Dar in August. 3 people have been arrested for allegedly being involved in a syndicate that illegally marries South African women to foreign nationals. An interdisciplinary operation has uncovered a clandestine Home Affairs office in Greyville in Durban. It is believed that this office has been used to facilitate illegal marriages and spousal visas. KZN Police spokesperson Robert Nechunda says more arrests cannot be ruled out.
The suspects will get hold of ID documents of South African women and marry them to strangers, especially undocumented foreign nationals, so that the fake husbands will attain South African citizenship. Preliminary investigations have thus far identified a Home Affairs official who has been working in cahoots with the suspects. More arrests cannot be ruled out as investigations unfold. Several application forms, copies of ID documents, and electronic devices were seized. Of the 3 suspects, 2 men will be charged with fraud, and the woman will face a charge of defeating the ends of justice after she attempted to conceal evidence by tearing some of the documents and throw them in a bin.
Former ANC Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe says the process of registering party members for the party's foundation course program must be used as an opportunity to re-sign the members. This as the party aims to register at least 600,000 members for the course next year. The ANC launched its foundation course program, which is aimed at equipping party members to be better public servants. Motlanthe elaborates.
I don't think, as Comrade Phoebe says, we have 600,000 members. I don't think we know who these members are. I really don't know if we are sure. And so this process must go hand in hand with the process of re-signing all these members anew. It's been done, it can be done.
In other news, residents of Berkeley West in Northern Cape are demanding answers regarding the 10 million rand that was spent to refurbish the local sport facility. Dikgatlong municipality started the refurbishment of the facility 3 years ago and it is still incomplete. Disappointed residents say the funds used to renovate the stadium does not match the quality of the work that has been done. Meanwhile, the municipality says they did an oversight visit and they are satisfied with the work done. Director of Infrastructure and Technical Services at the Dikgatlong Municipality, Abraham Doba.
The expenditure is aligned to the work already done on site as per advertised scope. This project entailed the construction of the pavilion to replace the old pavilion due to the structural defect. And the project also included the replacement of 60% of the fence to make our stadium safe. This also included 153 kiloliter of water as part of our irrigation system. The project also included 3 courts, which will be used for volleyball, tennis, and basketball.
And lastly, looking further afield, Lebanon's health ministry says 60 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on the Bekaa Valley. The health ministry says at least 58 other people were wounded, noting that the toll was preliminary as rescue efforts are still underway. The BBC's Julian Deplain reports.
The strikes hit 12 areas in the Baalbek region, officials said, with 2 children among the dead. Unverified video posted on social media showed damage to buildings and forests ablaze as rescuers searched for the injured. The local governor called the attacks the most violent in the area since Israel escalated the conflict against Hezbollah last month. Lebanon's eastern Bekaa Valley is a stronghold of the group. Located inland to the east of Beirut, the area is a strategic route to the group's allies and backers in Iran, Syria and Iraq.
Recapping the top story at 8, police unions, Pop Crew and SAPO in the Northern Cape say they are concerned about the increasing numbers of police officers committing crime. Some officers in the province are under investigation, while others are facing disciplinary proceedings. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today, SMS CAR to 43187. Outsurance Essential is the perfect insurance match for you and your older vehicle. With Outsurance Essential, you get paid in cash after an accident, so you can choose your own panel beater. And you can also add the Outsurance Motor Warranty Plan, which pays towards the cost of repairing mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get a quote today. Get Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's all happening down in Durban this morning. First up, the roadworks on the M4 Southern Freeway inbound still causing major delays from the Jacobs-Clarewood areas. You line up into a single-lane section for some road resurfacing works at Dell Bridge area. On top of that, there's day 2 of a taxi strike, taxi unrest, really between sort of Stamford Hill, the train station, and the city centre. It's absolutely gridlocked. Taxis and buses blockading roads all over. If you take sort of Greyville racetrack and sort of draw a big circle around it, anything in there. Durban CBD, Old Fort area, as I said, Stamford Hill out through to Estonwood. Multiple routes are blocked, including the off-ramp from the N3 coming inbound. Genny Road and Sandili 2C, it's all very heavy. Just try and travel later and avoid that area if you possibly can. There's also a breakdown on the N2 North before Kumashu, so going up from Genny Road, it's really heavy. And a crash between Kloof and Hillcrest, disrupting traffic quite badly along the M13 route today. Leaving the airport at Joburg, heading up to Pretoria. Roadworks on the R21 at Bupsfontein Road. That's heavy today. Big queues of traffic from the Benoni exit. And Cape Town, a crash on the N7 southbound near the N1 highway. That's pushing traffic, a heavy queue right back through to Plattekloof Road territory. If you're just leaving sort of Tableview area, might want to scoot down to Koeberg Road, which looks a better option to get south rather than the N7. Also crash at Techno Park this morning on your way to Stellenbosch, causing quite a big queue on the R44 arriving from Somerset West. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. It's cricket action as South Africa off to a steady start against Bangladesh. They lead by 109-1 at lunch. And we also have news with Bafana's Ronwen Williams missing out on the Yashin Trophy at the Ballon d'Or Awards. Details around 8:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
9 minutes after 8 on this Tuesday. Good morning, South Africa. This is the Morning Brief, and I'm Thulasizwe Simelane here to deliver it to you. A number of conversations that we have started in the last 2 or so hours, and they are burning and well and truly on the show this morning. I'm just going to reflect quickly on what has resonated with me and prompt you and ask you to share with me what has resonated with you this morning. I see quite a number of calls already that have come through, and we'll be taking those, as well as your WhatsApp voice notes to reflect on some of the themes we have covered this morning. The main story that has resonated with me, because of its impact really more than anything else, is the court case that will be playing itself out at the Gauteng division of the High Court that is in Pretoria, that has to do with the Social Relief of Distress Grant, 370 Rand. Many people have applied for this grant and many have received it. But the complaint at the heart of this court case is that there are barriers that have been introduced by regulations that have been made to regulate application and eligibility for the Social Relief of Distress Grant. So what these organizations are doing, the Institute for Economic Justice, as well as the hashtag Pay the Grants campaign, they've basically taken affidavits from applicants for the grant who are sharing experiences where, you are, for a person to qualify for the SRD grant, you need to be someone who doesn't have, quote unquote, who has insufficient means. That is the quote. That's specifically defined. The definition includes income, financial support. There have been these anecdotes that have been shared where someone received money from, a relative this 1 month, and there was over the threshold of 624 Rand per month, and that person was considered to be someone who has an income and basically disqualified. And that's at the heart of this court application. There's also issues around online application and others, but I think the eligibility criteria is really what is at the heart. And I see a number of you calling about that particular issue. Of course, we had the conversation with Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrams about the issue of regulating spaza shops. Essentially, what she's been saying is that the regulation has been left to municipalities and the Department of Health, Agriculture and other departments, to the exclusion of the Department of Small Business Development. And therefore, she'll be seeking to introduce legislation. And among the things that legislation will be seeking to do is, one, insert her department in that mix of regulation and enforcement, but secondly, seek to reserve certain sectors for South Africans only in that space of regulation of spaza shops. Those are the conversations that have resonated with me this morning. What has resonated with you? Give me a call. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. You can also send me a WhatsApp voice note on 061 410 4107. This is SAFM, Conversations That Move Us. This is the third hour of the Morning Brief, and it starts now.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit, and time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money, and then money gives you more time for some much-deserved you time. Now, isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
South African Airways is expanding in the DRC. We now offer direct flights from Johannesburg to Lubumbashi, the heart of the DRC's mining hub. Our convenient arrival time allows seamless connections to key regions like Ndola and the Copper Belt, opening up new growth opportunities. Traders can benefit from our generous baggage allowance, while SAA's superior aircraft belly capacity ensures your cargo reaches most parts of Congo on the same day. Book now at flysaa.com or contact your travel agent. South African Airways, connecting Africa to the world, one flight at a time.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
All right, let's dive straight into the calls that you've been putting through this morning. Promise in Durban, good morning. You want to talk about grants, the payment thereof.
Yes, good morning to Thulasizwe and to your listeners. Yes, I want to talk about the grants, and I kind of, want to understand whether is it the Coalition for Socio-Economic Justice, whether they are for the poor or they are driving a particular agenda, and this is because, Professor Fry knows that social grants are not going to alleviate poverty as much as jobs for the poor are not going to alleviate poverty. It's just going to, keep the poor in the cycle of poverty and also condition the poor so that in their minds they're thinking that the state is doing something about it. They are citing the interest that we have to pay on loans as one of the justifications for the reduction or non-increase of this particular grant, as much as it is the case with the reduction in the education budget, for an example. But I did not see them interdicting the Treasury from borrowing money from the IMF in 2021 and also from the World Bank in 2023. And for me, this is where the solution would be. And when Fry analyzes, poverty from the, social policy perspective, like he's very right. Like he says, people need assets and people need land as well as jobs and income to alleviate poverty. But, they're taking, just the tiny little, part which is social grants, and social grants are not structurally going to change things. Why they're not taking the other issues that are going to reduce poverty.
All right, thank you for that. That's Promise out in Durban, weighing in on the issue of social grants. On the same theme, let me take Zama in KwaZulu-Natal. Good morning to you, Zama.
Good morning to you, Thulas.
Yes.
How are you?
Very well, how are you?
I'm good. Thulas, I want to express this. I'm 72 now. I've been trying to get this old age grant. And you go to the office of the SARS or whatever they call them, and they will ask you, you must get your wife, if she was working, you must get your wife's letter from where she was working, and you must get all sorts of letters which are uncalled for. Because before, when we still have those a white, government. We'll all gone to the offices of the SASSA. If you qualify, then they grant you the grant. But today you have to do and look for these papers and all sorts of things.
Baba, are you saying to us that you are 72 and you are not receiving your old age pension grant?
Not at all.
We'll take your number. Something has to be done about that situation. Previously, we've had good responses from the provincial South African Social Security Agency officials. Hopefully, if they are listening this morning, they can respond to that situation. And normally, that should be addressed one way or another. There should be some kind of assistance that is extended to that caller there. Let's take a listen to one of your voice notes before I continue with your calls. And this also has to do with the Social Relief of Distress grant.
Good morning, Thulas and SAFM listeners. Thulas, concerning the SASSA distress grant, you know what? When you apply there, maybe you have worked somewhere for temporarily 2 months or 3 months. When you apply for that money, they say you have a source of income. and they ask you to do so many things to appeal. But how do they know that you are employed? Because why don't they just check to see if you are employed for 6 months or 8 months? It's terrible. Thank you. I like to remain anonymous.
Right, thank you for that. That's at the heart of some of the issues that are being raised in this court case. Let me take a call from Mvusi in the Eastern Cape. Good morning to you, Mvusi. You want to talk to me about the budget?
Yes, good morning, Fanagit. Look, I think there's something that we like doing when we engage on the budgeting process. We don't follow the treasury processes leading up to the budgeting, to the budget announcement. And this is happening all over the world. One of the things that Treasury does is to make use of data, whether it's socio-economic data from State SA or its performance of different industries. Because that data is communicating something to everyone and government. Now, one of the things that Treasury keeps on raising is that our economy is not growing. And government institutions that need to come up with something to grow that economy, they keep on wanting things that are sort of social spending. And we can't grow economy with social spending. In that social spending, to us, is inflated cost of development. Whether you want to build houses or you want to build a road, it costs government more, unnecessarily so. So we need to look at that and realize that that exaggerated cost of development is stunting our economic growth, and it is not helping us to have more money, and it makes Treasury to say, we can't continue like this. So I think South Africans need to read the speech that the minister will give, but also look at other analysis that Treasury offers on these things.
Mvusi, thank you. Thank you for that input this morning. That's Mvusi in the Eastern Cape talking about just keep your eye on the details, the finer details that will be coming through from the medium-term budget policy statement of the finance minister, also raising the issue of the role of social spending. And I suppose all I can say, Mvusi, in response to that is that while the economy is not growing, you've got to have a social security net, and ours is hailed the world over for being widespread. And I'm not talking social grants here, people hear me out. I'm talking the whole net from the various funds such as the road accident fund, what is that fund when you are unemployed? That one, that whose name escapes me, etc. All of those form that net, provision of housing, basic education, etc., that you will always need in your society. Let's take a quick break, and I'll come back and take more of your calls in a moment.
Assurance, they understand my business. They are so good in terms of communication, which gives me confidence. It's a good decision that I've made to move to Assurance. I'm a winner. I want to be with the winners.
Switch to Business Outsurance today, and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. SMS quote to 43328. That's quote to 43328 to switch and save today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
16 teams of Mzansi Africa's Elite League are back to the battlefield. Namanda Masha. They all believe ukuthi kuzoba right, kube bright, as they navigate the path to the final. This is the second edition of the Carlin Knockout Cup. Fagukesi. Catch the unmatched passion and drama of Ipola Mzansi. The Carlin Knockout Cup, live on SABC1 and SABC radio stations. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
Yeah, you've got to laugh at yourself sometimes. The fund that whose name would not come to me is the Unemployment Insurance Fund. It forms part of that social security net that is hailed the world over. You should read the World Bank report. I think it came out in 2022 about the reach and impact of South Africa's social security system. Not just grants, beyond the grants, everything that goes in there to secure a minimum, of affordability and livelihood for South Africans. It's fascinating reading. Let me take one or two voice notes before proceeding with the calls.
Morning, Thulasizwe Simelane. Actually, the ministry that Ndabeni Mahlangu is holding now or is leading, should consider changing its name, or the president should consider changing its name to South African Small Business Destroyers, because that's what they have done ever since. When you go to townships, you hardly found South Africans in small businesses, meaning that the department is not developing small businesses but destroying them. That's Hamilton. Have a good morning to us.
Thank you for that, Hamilton. Let me just take another one that has to do with the issue of the temporary suspension of hawking in Limpopo, hawking around school premises.
This guy who just spoke about the food poisoning at schools, he might be speaking the truth. I mean, we know that sometimes it's like extortion. People are fighting for tender.
Yeah. All right. How sad is that in the situation that we are facing, the issue of tender wars is brought to the fore, while we need to respond to issues that are actually affecting pupils around schools. Let's speak to Mzwandile in Gqeberha. Mzwandile, good morning. You want to talk to me about small businesses?
Yeah, thanks, Thulas. Before I get there, I just want to compliment and commend how quickly you've leveled up after taking over the show. So congratulations, well done, sir. Yeah, just about the Stella Ndabeni matter. Look, Thulas, let's firstly understand that Spaza Shops pushes far more product and output than what all of those other retailers, the Spars, the ShopRites, the Boxers do. I don't know if you knew that. So for every Spar, what I'm trying to say is you have a lot more product being pushed out by Spaza Shops than what you get from formal retailers, which then by nature is saying your regulation must be much better and your oversight. Now, Ms. Ndabeni is saying that responsibility is down to local municipalities. My brother, local municipality is one office that is sometimes overseeing 500 villages with 2,000 to 3,000 Spaza Shops. They don't have the capacity to do that. Even if she now says some of that regulation must be under her, I don't know how they will be able to implement. What this thing actually I think needs is the following. One, a Spaza Shop to operate must have a permit. The issue that we're having at the moment is the health and safety, which means it's the selling of goods that are outdated and also poisonous goods and so forth. So if somebody has gotten a permit, there should therefore be an oversight as far as health and safety is concerned. That is what is the issue. Then secondly, I don't think it's so much about foreign nationals, and I'll tell you why. Because the very same issues we are now experiencing from foreign nationals, we could be experiencing if those Spaza Shops were run by black South Africans. So I think that is where the strengthening actually needs to happen. Yeah.
Mzwandile, thank you so much for that call this morning. Mzwandile, they're weighing in on the issue of Spaza Shops. Let's stick with that theme. Let me speak to Hassan. Hassan in Joburg, good morning. You're saying that people are quick to target the small guys.
Yeah, I mean, Thulas, thank you. I think Mzwandile just helped me a little bit there. I mean, you were right to ask the minister, to tell her that, they're not an NGO, they have power to make laws and to ensure enforcement. But, as I said, I fear that the public and the media are complicit in bullying the small guys. I mean, we really go after this Somali, this guy, that small shop there. But ultimately, as hurt as we are by the young kids who died in Naledi, what happened, SPAR the other day, the end of the month, I think last month, basically recalled porridge made in Namibia because 3 kids died. When I look on their website, I don't find out is there any development on the story. SPAR is a big guy. Yeah. Tiger Brands, 6 years ago, were involved with this Poloni listeriosis. Over 1,000 claimants went to the lawyers and said 200 people have died, at least that's what we know. But the company refuses to settle. 200.
Sure.
200. Where's the outcry?
Yeah,
right?
I hear you.
The media went out. The lawyers took to the airwaves recently, about 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
Wow, the story is gone. But we hit every day with the small foreign migrant.
100%.
Really.
I hear you, Hassan. Thank you for that, Hassan, there, insisting on the issue of consistency in dealing with either the small guys or the big guys as far as these practices are concerned. Crispin in Durban, you also want to weigh in on the issue of spaza shops. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Thulasizwe. And I would echo what Swandile and Hassan have just said. I referred last week to xenophobia as mental confusion. And if it hadn't become more evident, look at what we learned over the last day. The poisoning of children led to outrage about foreigners. It is completely and absolutely misdirected and wrong-headed. People are not looking at the dangers that we people put into our environments, the pesticides that are thrown around liberally that kill people and do huge damage to the ecosystems, by the way. But just to come back to spaza shops, I mean, last week, one of your callers ranted about the foreigners and complained that they were bringing low prices into the townships. Low prices. In other words, keeping within the township economy more money for people. That is why people shop at those shops, because they work for them. Now, the idea, and Dabeni Abrams is pushing this idea, we must cut out the competition. Every business sector is full of firms that would love their competition to disappear so that they can make money without thinking. That's not the way to go. We actually need offices in townships which support people on the regulation issues, but not this idea of removing foreigners from competition.
Thank you for that. That's Crispin in Durban, wrapping up just some of the calls that we've been fielding. Thank you for those, and we will try and make more time a bit later on in the show to take more of your calls and comments. And that brings us to 8:30. Let's check in with Eva Chipa with the latest news headlines.
In new news making headlines for this hour, one person has been arrested and 3 others taken in for questioning after the bodies of 2 women were found in De Deer, south of Johannesburg. The bodies were found in an open-cast mine. In other news, Police Union Pop Crew and SAPU in the Northern Cape say they are concerned about the increasing numbers of police officers who are committing crimes. Some officers in the province are under investigation, while others are facing disciplinary proceedings. And lastly, Nahal says it demands permanent employment for community health workers nationwide because they play a crucial role in the health sector. The trade union is leading a picket at the Labour Court in Braamfontein today. I'll be back at 9 for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still happening in Durban this morning. The M4 staying heavy after an overnight overrun into this morning's peak of the roadworks up by Dal Bridge. So from Umbilo into the CBD, M4 stays heavy. And then you've got a big backlog on the Esplanade as well. The whole central Durban area being compromised by day 2 of taxi protests and taxi violence. We are seeing buses with broken windows and windscreens. We're seeing multiple routes blocked, basically between Stamford Hill and the Durban CBD. That seems to be the flashpoint. Just away from central Durban, there is quite a backlog on Chris Hani heading up towards the N2. That's unusual. That may be related to the taxi unrest. A big backlog getting up through Durban North there. The N2 North from Chris Hani and Kumashu up towards Gateway stays fairly busy as well. All the dramas on the M13, Hillcrest to Kloof, a thing of the past, thankfully. That's all cleared up. Joburg's N3 running north from Bedfordview to Edenvale stays busy after a crash at Modderfontein Road. N12 and R24 routes pretty heavily back getting into that as well. The R21 away from the airport, this queue is growing. There are multiple lanes closed for roadworks between before the R25 Bupsfontein exit, and that's a queue that's now right back to Pomona Road, so very heavy. Looks like Cape Town's going to take a while to clear. The N1 inbound still pretty heavy from Plattekloof Hill territory. Routes that feed into that, like the N7, like Kuberg Road and Marine Drive, stay heavy as well. Also crash earlier on the R44 near Techno Park, causing some delays heading into Stellenbosch from the Somerset West area. And check before you travel for conditions on the Meyringsport Pass just north of Oudtshoorn. The road was closed yesterday due to very heavy rains through the region and some flooding. So just check before you travel. You don't want to get there and have to turn around. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, good morning once again. I see Tony Dezozi is standing his ground with the bat there out in Bangladesh.
Right, looks like he's serving up runs for breakfast. Tony Dezozi. Wow, nearly at his half century to us. And I think South Africa is sitting pretty at 109 for one. He's got the likes of Tristan Stubbs, who's providing solid support with 23. After winning the toss, the Proteas chose to bat, and they're looking to build on their first game victory to seal the series. So, second test against Bangladesh. Day one, we are on 109 for one, and this is they're currently on lunch at the moment. Let's go to the Banyana coach for the 2024 COSAFA Women's Championship in Gqeberha. Mort Khumalo says they're ready to face any opponent in the competition semi-finals. South Africa successfully topping Group A, winning all three matches. They defeated Namibia 1-0, Eswatini 3-0, Seychelles 8-1. They await the winner of Group D between Mozambique, Zimbabwe or Lesotho. With the Eastern Cape in particular, Gqeberha experiencing ever-changing weather patterns, and Coach Khumalo says they will just have to adapt to whatever conditions they find themselves in.
It's very difficult because we arrived here in PE on the, I think, 19th. On the 20th, match day -2, it was raining, it was windy, and then we didn't have enough time to prepare. So we just said to the players, remember, we're playing football, so we need to adapt to any conditions. So, but it's a challenge because of some of the players, they caught up flu, things like that, but it's all the mindset. We are here for to play football. It doesn't matter what the weather. It's a challenge because of even if when we prepare a session, there are certain sessions that we've cancelled due to avoiding injuries and things like that, just to manage the players. But to be honest with you, the conditioning, especially when South Africa is playing, it's always raining. I don't know why. Maybe it's blessings, you never know. But other than that, we need to manage in any condition.
That's the COSAFA coach for Banyana, Mort Khumalo on the morning brief. Action to look forward to tonight. AmaZulu will face Chippa United at the Moses Mabhida Stadium. Kick-off scheduled at 7:30 p.m. AmaZulu's co-coach Vusimusi Vilakazi emphasizing the critical need for a win as the team has yet to secure victory this season, finding themselves at the bottom of the Betway Premiership table. And the other side, Chippa United, they'll enter the match with confidence, fresh off a 2-0 victory, and that was over Golden Arrows. Now, the Bafana captain, Ronwen Williams, not able to clinch the Yashin Trophy at the Ballon d'Or in Paris last night. It went to Argentina and Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez. And finally, motorsport, Max Verstappen appears likely to face a grid drop at the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, with Red Bull strongly considered introducing a penalty-incurring new engine for the World Championship leader. Verstappen's lead over Lando Norris at the top of the driver's standings was cut to 47 points as the Dutchman finished 6th, and that was in Sunday's Mexico City Grand Prix, 4 places behind his title rival, with Verstappen having already occurred a 10-place grid penalty at the July Belgian Grand Prix for going beyond the limit of 4 power units to be used. He would only receive a 5-place penalty this time for a second infringement. That's a wrap of your sport on the morning brief. We'll have more at SAFM around 12:30 with John Gericke. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Let's hear one more time this morning from Dauleng Lechela with another update ahead of the JSE resuming trade this morning. Dauleng, Pick n Pay is in the midst of its turnaround strategy, and you are telling us this morning that they believe that things are beginning to look up.
That's right, Silas. Now, about a year ago, when Sean Summers took over as CEO of the company, he warned that things were going to get worse before they got better. And that's exactly what's been playing out. In the half-year period, the retailer's loss widened as it dealt with higher finance costs and tough competition. But as we move forward, Summers says the horizon, saying its loss will narrow in the next reporting period. So not totally out of the woods, but it seems like that turnaround strategy is working. Now, within the restructuring process, Pick n Pay has identified 100 stores that are underperforming. So wondering why there aren't many PNP stores, it's because it's been restructuring its loss-making stores. They've permanently closed up to 30 stores of those at 100. Then about 70 stores will be converted to Boxer or other of their franchise stores. Analysts seem to support this move, saying it will help it regain financial sustainability. When looking at those results, Boxer remains the 4 month off-year period. Sales rose % there, and it's open more stores, pegging at 53 in the second half of this fiscal year. Boxer's upbeat growth has translated in a bigger contribution to the over time.
All right, Ndauling, we don't seem to have the best of line to you. Let's leave it there, but that's Ndauling Lichela there. She's been watching the economy, business, as well as the markets for you. Unfortunately, the line is really letting us down there. We will get Ndauling and the updates. And in fact, you can look out for more updates throughout the day here on SAFM.
We are a different kind of airline. One that's made travel affordable so everyone can fly. One that expands our routes to suit your needs. One that gets you there on time, more of the time, and who measures success in the smiles of our passengers. You could say we do things differently. We say we do things with heart, because without our heart, we'd be just another airline. Fly Safair, for the love of flying.
Imagine if you could save time like you save money. A second here, a minute there. Type a little faster, walk a little faster. Or you could stop scrolling on the internet. Just think of all the hours you'll save. Now what if you could take all that time and invest it? Watch it grow. Until eventually, one day, you'd have so much time that you wouldn't know what to do with it all. But unfortunately, time doesn't work like that. It can't be stored or banked. And unlike money, you can't make it back. That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do whatever you want to do, even if it is scrolling on the internet. Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
19 minutes to 9. Flight delays and cancellations out of East London's King Palo Airport and the George Airport have left thousands of passengers frustrated in recent weeks. The latest of these, you'll remember, occurred on Tuesday last week when several flights were cancelled. It turns out administrative backlogs between the Air Traffic and Navigation Services and the Civil Aviation Authority have been at the heart of it all. The airport's company, South Africa, says the Navigation Services lapsed landing procedures mean that in bad weather conditions, pilots cannot land flights at these airports, leading to cancellations, reroutes and delays. I caught up with AXA's CEO Mpumi Mpofu and began by asking her to explain the reasons behind the operational disruptions at these airports.
Okay, my understanding is we've had this particular challenge for some time now. It relates specifically to the issue of outstanding procedures. And we have an intervention, an integrated intervention that has been literally chaired by the minister, where the coordination between ATNS and SACA allows for the prioritization of those regulations and procedures to be signed, submitted, and made available. And as soon as they are approved, they basically would then proceed to operate. They become effective. Now, typically what happens in this space is that if there is bad weather and a procedure has lapsed, there is a standard response in the aviation industry. You cannot land a flight simply because your regulatory mechanism is not in place.
Sure.
So bad weather has contributed to this problem. And in essence, the absence of the procedure has been a major contributor. This does not actually then, in essence, preclude a situation where there may have been an occurrence of an equipment of ILS that may have come out of
ILS
use.
being instrument landing
systems.
Yes.
That may have come out of use during the suspension of the landing by airlines. Previously, I don't know if you remember, in Cape Town, there was a previous incident where the issue was the instrument landing system that had also shown a default. So really, it's about us getting to the bottom of that and
So for the benefit of our listeners who are not experts in the subject matter, when you say instrument landing systems, in simple terms, what are you talking about that you are saying had lapsed?
No. The instrument landing system does not lapse.
Yes.
What lapses is a procedure.
Yes.
This is a pure administrative process where ATNS has the responsibility of going to review. So a procedure has a 5-year lifespan because you've got to reevaluate and reassess the conditions and then resubmit it. What had lapsed very clearly is that ATNS did not have the capacity, because they have lost people to the Middle East largely, to review those procedures. So the procedures expired. It's like a permission, a certificate.
Yes.
When you don't have a certificate, you can't land a flight because you can't give assurance to the airlines that people are safe. I mean, that one is very simple.
I understand.
That's actually quite simple. So that's the issue around the procedures. But the minister, for all her credit, has led a process. We participate. We are the victims, so to speak. We are the ones that suffer the consequences. And that's why we would not hear AXA commenting on this particular matter. It happens in our facility, but it's an air navigation problem. And that's why it's ATNS that's actually in the forefront of responding to these particular matters. This has occurred in 2 airports primarily because of where they're geographically located, and this is what happens when they've got bad weather. George was one that had this problem, and then East London is the one that's facing it. So when the procedures have been signed, the problem will disappear, because when procedures are available and signed, effectively you have the ability to land.
So just in terms of your sustainability and understanding of the turnaround in aviation following the difficult years of COVID, where do you stand now, given the profit you've turned and the shift in strategy from a focus on recovery and sustaining, but now thinking about innovating and growing and going forward?
Well, absolutely correct. We've really seen the end of our focus on recovery. We're now sustaining and are quite comfortable unless we have a second pandemic. But even then, I must indicate internationally, we are members of ACAO and members of the Airports Council International. We've found ways and strategies that would at least better the impact, not pandemic-proof the system, but better the impact, so we're never not caught napping like we were with COVID. So there's a lot more resilience that's been built into the system that will enable us to respond if we were to have something like that. We did have an amper scare with Mpox, and we were ready to actually deal and tackle with it. So as we move on to innovate, grow and sustain, pillars of what we really are looking at there is our growth strategy, which literally focuses on diversification of revenue in the non-aeronautical revenue space, a lot more than it does in the aeronautical space. Our recovery in the aeronautical space is still primarily backed up by the domestic travel that has basically come back to a healthy status. Where we are still lacking, we're now at aiming for 92% recovery. That shortfall of about 80% or 8% is primarily still on the international side. So what has happened on international flights is they have largely, most of them have recovered, but there are areas where they've not restored the original frequencies. There are routes that have not been restored.
Sure.
There are frequencies that have not been restored. So our overall recovery is then going to be led by innovation. So we're not so obsessed about the growth in numbers, because we're clear our strategy has delivered on that. Diversification of revenue means we're now going to be doing a lot more in the non-aeronautical space, in our retail, advertising, parking,
Even talking
commercial.
energy, from what I understood.
Yes, we're talking energy, and the energy project, even though it's really medium to long term, it is about diversification of energy security in our platform. Again, we don't want to be caught napping.
Yeah, so that was my conversation there with the AXA CEO, Mpumi Mpofu. There you have it. The reasons seem to be administrative between Air Traffic and Navigation Services as well as the Civil Aviation Authority. Someone has got to get their act together there. We can't have administrative issues delaying flights as much as has been happening at airports like King Palo Airport in East London.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Down to Durban, where there's been much drama this morning with day 2 of the taxi unrest and strike action blocking roads. It does seem to be flowing a little bit better. Some reports that we've got say that Metro have arrived and sorted things out. But just be aware of it. It is day 2. There is some unrest in the air associated with taxi drivers, and there have been some buses that have been stoned with broken windshields and broken windows. So quite violent. Just be aware that this thing is apparently rumbling on. M4 is easing up after overnight roadworks caught everyone out. The M4 through Maiden Wharf up towards Victoria Embankment, and the Esplanade is still fairly heavily backed up. The Esplanade outbound is also quite slow, and there are some roadworks that have popped up this week. N3 out of town, ramp to the N2 north at Spaghetti Junction, hangover from the weekends, works there. So at peak times, morning and afternoon, it does get slow as the volumes increase. Joburg R21 North still queuing up towards the Bobsfontein exit. If you're leaving the airport, that's quite a heavy queue. The roadworks have moved up from the Benoni exit closer towards that Bobsfontein off-ramp. Still very slow on the N1 both ways towards the Willie Mandela off-ramp at 4 ways. Traffic lights there are still problematic. They have been for a long time. A reminder out in the Western Cape, just to check before you travel using the N12 through Meyring's Port. A lot of rain, 100 mils in a day recorded there, and some pretty severe flooding around the region. And we did see swollen rivers taking out and closing Meyring's Port yesterday, so just check that before you travel. A lot of roadworks around Albertinia on the N2, both sides of Coritz. A lot of roadworks between Botrefia and Caledon as well if you're going that way. And driving into Cape Town this morning, well, the N7 stays heavy up to Bosmansdam Road. The N1 inbound from Kiel-Besson, making your way through the city centre stays pretty heavily backed as well. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
And we went on a water safari, and Mom spotted a hippo, and it said, "Grrr."
There is a place where you can see wonder and the wild, with breathtaking scenery and endless landscapes. Enjoy good food and embrace great taste.
And the next day we went to the Reed dance. I saw the maidens handing over reeds to the mighty Zulu king, and the Zulu warriors chanting, "Baye!"
Explore all this and more in the magical Zulu Kingdom.
This message is brought to you by KZN Tourism and Film Authority.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
Right, let's take some of your calls. Let's start with Yandi in Naledi. Yandi, good morning. You want to talk to me about the Social Relief of Distress Grant, 370 Rand a month.
Yeah, how are you today?
Very well, how are you?
Yeah, good. You know, I've noticed something. When you receive 350, and maybe say someone sends you like e-wallet or cash, and they decline you and saying that that's a source of income. So now I just don't understand, like, how do they expect like a normal human being to live with 350 for the rest of the month? Like, seriously. Because then if I can maybe send someone who's receiving 350 some little money through the bank using his or her cell phone, then I don't know, they detect that he received money, and then they're gonna decline that person.
Yeah.
So, like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's part of what is at the heart of the complaints and this court case when Nayandi.
And another thing, I still don't understand why foreign nationals do get this 350. That one I still don't understand, because you can't go to Nigeria or Sudan and receive that whatever social grant. That's you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
All right. That's Yandi out in Naledi. In fact, let me take a quick voice note also on the same issue of the Social Relief of Distress Grant.
Good morning, Thulas and SAFM listeners. Thulas,
That SASSA money that you're talking about, my daughter has never received it from when it started. Every time when she applies, they tell her that she has a source of income. Even now, she is helped by the family. If the family does not help her, she's only living on the children's grant. She has never received it, not even once. Thanks. It's Lucy.
Hi, Lucy. Yeah, no, definitely. That's part of the frustration. Something needs to happen clearly around defining source of income. How do you define income? Because there's stories of instances where it's clearly not income, but some money that you receive once in a while, then that money is detected as income, is a thread that runs through many of the complaints about the system. So it doesn't seem that there's some refining that needs to happen around how do you define income or financial support, because that's the other one. If I send you money today, it's considered financial support, and therefore you do not qualify in some instances. David in Pietermaritzburg, you want to talk about the issue of Somalis owning shops in South Africa. Good morning.
Yes, specifically 2 or 3 callers who sounded like they're in defense of Somalians and the Pakistanians who are operating spaza shops. My question is, do they want us to ignore the fact that most of them are illegal immigrants? Secondly, that most of them sell expired and fake product, and that there is a lot of unhygienic conditions that are being experienced in their shops, because they didn't say anything about the wrongs that are being done by these illegal immigrants, mostly who operate these tuck shops. Thank you.
Is it a problem that you think is confined to spaza shops owned and operated by foreign nationals? Does it not happen among South Africans, for example, South African-owned spaza shops?
People who call, who are experiencing from the townships and rural areas, they've not mentioned that. They're talking about their experience, lived experience. For some people who call, they haven't experienced these things. They haven't experienced any food poisoning in the Indian areas and white areas. It's only happening in townships where black people live, in rural areas as well.
Right, David. Thank you for that call. David in Pietermaritzburg there. Let's go to Maxwell. Maxwell, good morning. You want to talk about the parole system. What about the parole system?
Good morning, Thulas, and thanks for taking my call. I heard the Minister of Police blaming the situation of violence to the parolees that are being released in prison for that matter, Thulasizwe murder, where one of those murders was a parolee. The system is not a problem, Thulas. Look, when you come out, you've got 10 years of being blacklisted or criminal record. You have kids you want to provide, you don't get a work. That system of parole is not a problem. The problem is, what do you do with the people who are coming out of the prison where they've got 10 years criminal record, they won't be employed? What do you think those people will be doing to us at the end of the day while they need to feed themselves? There's nothing that they can do. They must not blame the parole system. They must make sure that the people, when they come out from where they're coming from, there is something that it will bring the food on the table, because you cannot expect the people coming from prisoner is looking for jobs, has got almost 10 years record of criminality. Who is going to employ that person to last? It's not very easy. And my last point is the situation of Bushbuckridge. They don't have even electricity as I'm talking to you now, to last after the chaotic situation that happened yesterday.
All right, Maxwell, thank you for raising those 2 points. That's Maxwell out in Tshwane. Let's take a call from Jafta in Bethlehem. Jafta, good morning. You want to talk about the Social Relief of Distress Grant?
Yes. Morning, Thulas. Brother, I need to understand what criteria is the the SASSA is using, because myself, I'm working for the government, and I'm separated with my previous baby mama. So the lady, she's been getting this money of SASSA, and I'm paying maintenance. Is it not going to have effect in my pension at the later stage? Because I don't think it's the right thing to do that. I'm maintaining my kids, she's working, and on the other side, other people are struggling to get that social grant relief. But
Yeah.
So I need to understand what criteria is being used to.
Yeah, I hear that point you're making. So they're saying the person must have, quote unquote, insufficient means and have, quote unquote, no income, as well as receive no financial support. But I see the point that you are making, that if you are paying maintenance, perhaps that is some kind of financial support. And according to your argument, she should not be receiving that. Whereas there are people who are saying that they don't receive any financial support, have no income, and clearly have insufficient means, but they are disqualified by the system. Lastly, let me take a call from Lizo in Gqeberha. Good morning to you, Lizo. You want to talk to me about spaza shops?
Oh, yes, man. Sorry to us for calling this time.
No problem.
Thank you
Go
for
ahead.
taking my call. Look, my man, I think I need to say a bit regarding what the other callers have said in as far as trying to downplay the reality that is faced by our people in the townships. You see, I could not understand why the other callers were trying to say Tiger Brands and other brands, in as far as South African products or food marketing is concerned, what they did or what happened with them, they downplayed it. It was never downplayed. In any case, it was declared. I remember even the case of the Poloni, it was declared openly, and it was like sort of a statement of ownership in saying we're doing what we think is wrong and we need to own up to what we've done. What I don't like, to be honest, is the tone that is brought about by these guys now. They are behaving, or they are stating their so-called facts as if that we are celebrating xenophobic tendencies. Remember, if you are not in the township, I don't know about them, but our people have been saying these things. These people are selling drugs. They are peddling drugs. They are peddling, I would say, false things in and amongst our youth in the townships. So, in that view, other than being illegal, as we all know that these guys are illegal, most of them, people are frustrated and there's no one who's listening to them.
Yeah.
And you are not going to downplay what they feel by just trying to say, in the scale or in the bigger scheme of things, almost 200 cases were labeled against Tiger Brands. And compared to this, you are trying to say our people are not reasoning or thinking.
All right. Lizo there. I've got to leave it there. That's Lizo out in Gqeberha. And that's how we come to the end of today's edition of The Morning Brief. Thank you for listening, and thanks to the team that put it all together. Time now for a news update with Eva Chipa. And before we do that, Essential Cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
Top stories at 9. Arrest made following the discovery of 2 bodies south of Johannesburg. And how leads a picket in Braamfontein today. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. 1 person has been arrested and 3 others taken in for questioning after the bodies of 2 women were found in De Deer, south of Johannesburg. The bodies were found in an open cast mine. Police say the women were kidnapped during a house robbery in Klipprivier on Friday night. Gauteng Police spokesperson Mavela Masondo.
1 suspect was arrested after he was found in possession of some of the items that were taken during the house robbery. He appeared at Vereeniging Magistrate Court on Monday, the 28th of October, and he was remanded in custody. 3 more males have been taken in for questioning on the house robbery and kidnapping case.
The South African Prisoners Organisation for Human Rights President Miles Budu says unless the Department of Correctional Services is politicized, corruption will remain prevalent in the country's prisons. This as the department has launched an investigation into allegations that wealthy inmates are bribing officials for special treatment. It is alleged that these are prisoners serving time at the Durban Westville prison and the new prison in Pietermaritzburg. Budu says it's a common occurrence in the country.
Well, it is as old as our newborn democracy. For as long as the minister is not going to take us seriously, for as long as all these national commissioners are deployed and ministers are deployed who in fact not interested in their daily duties to keep correctional officers accountable so that correctional officers keep prisoners accountable and implement the mandate of the Department of Correctional Services. We are selling this idea of the silence, veil of secrecy in our prisons with Thulasizwe to politicize this institution. Maybe only then can things happen according to the book.
Now to the Northern Cape, where police unions POPCRA and SAPU in the province say they are concerned about the increasing numbers of police officers committing crime. Some officers in the province are under investigation, while others are facing disciplinary proceedings. In one case, it is alleged that police attempted to rob a mine worker of a diamond at a mine at Mazelfontein Farm. In a different matter, another police member was arrested for allegedly raping a 15-year-old girl in the R in August. In other news, Nahao says it demands permanent employment for community health workers nationwide because they play a crucial role in the health sector. The trade union is leading a picket at the Labour Court in Braamfontein in Johannesburg today. The union's Day of Action protest is aimed at the National Department of Health's alleged failure to provide reasons for recurring fixed-term contracts for community health workers. Nahao National spokesperson Lwazi Nkolozi says the union seeks to review the arbitration award that ruled against its application to compel the health department to appoint community healthcare workers permanently.
The picket comes as a result of us having filed a case at the Labour Court to review an arbitration award that was handed to the Department of Health. And as Nahao, we were of the view that we do not understand and it's not justifiable that they could be awarded this arbitration award and continue giving community healthcare workers ongoing fixed-term contract. Hence, we then decided that we should go review that arbitration award at the Labour Court. They will be doing a demonstration and picketing outside.
And lastly, looking further afield, with a week of campaigning to go until the U.S. presidential election, more candidates are striving to gain an advantage in the neck-and-neck race for the White House. Kamala Harris in the swing state of Michigan, where she told workers at a semiconductor factory that Donald Trump is only interested in tax cuts for big corporations.
You know, when he talks to his buddies, like his billionaire buddies, remember, he did the tax cut for billionaires and big corporations. He's not working for or concerned about working people, middle-class people. And then when he's talking to his buddy, he jokes about, yeah, if they're striking, you should fire them. But what I know America understands about union labor is it's just about fairness.
Recapping the top story at 9. One person has been arrested and 3 others taken in for questioning after the bodies of 2 women were found in Didier, south of Johannesburg. The bodies were found in an open cast mine. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
And that's the news for this hour. Theft, accident and 1 million rand liability cover, all covered by Outsurance Essential. Get a quote today, SMS CAR to 43187.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Johannesburg Water is concerned about the current high water consumption, which is causing a severe strain on the entity's systems and threatens the sustainability of consistent bulk supply. Play your part in conserving water by following these simple tips. Reporting leaks and burst pipes. Do not leave taps dripping and repair your internal leaks. Wash your car on the grass as this will water your lawn at the same time and shorten your showering time. Together, we can reduce water wastage and protect this precious resource. Brought to you by Johannesburg Water, a water utility that cares.
For 120 years, Rhodes University has shaped history. From Sir George Corey's pioneering 62 conversations capturing the early history of the Eastern Cape, to the first email to be sent in South Africa, and now leading the way in nanotechnology. Rhodes University is more than an educational institution. We are a legacy in motion. Be part of the evolving legacy. Rhodes University, where leaders learn.
With Outsurance Essential, you can protect your older car and your wallet. Get up to 1 million rand liability cover. That means if you cause an accident, the other car could be covered for up to 1 million rand. Get a quote today. Get Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS car to 43187. That's car to 43187 today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
A name is a very powerful thing. A name can really shape your identity and determine how you live your life. In my case, the name Alistair is a Scottish version of the name Alexander, the Greek name Alexander, which means defender of men, protector of people. And my middle name, Gaupalelwe, is a Tswana name that means invincible, too strong to be defeated. And my surname, Mokoena, comes from the Tswana word Kwena for crocodile, which is a surname given to the Bakwena clan, the people of the crocodile. And legend has it that these strong animals used to stand on the riverbanks and help the Bakwena people cross rivers. Now, with these kind of names, my purpose was sealed for me. I've never struggled to understand my purpose and my reason for existence. I exist because of other people. When a famous English poet and the dean of St. Paul Cathedral in London wrote a poem called "Ask Not for Whom the Bell Tolls, It Tolls for Thee," what James Stone was trying to remind us of is that Aristotle pointed out the distinction between moment-to-moment pleasure versus deeper satisfaction. Deeper satisfaction comes from a life well lived. Now, a life well lived comes from not feeling good, but doing good. When I was a young boy growing up in Pretoria, everybody around me was a teacher. I was surrounded by teachers. My father was a teacher, my mother was a teacher, my grandparents were teachers, my aunts and uncles were teachers, my neighbors were teachers. The last thing I wanted to do was to be a teacher, because all they did was work. They would teach during the day, they would prepare lectures at night. If they were not marking tests, assignments, they would be marking exams during our holidays. Or even worse, they'd be studying further. And they kept telling me that you have to be a student of life and a student for life. And I said, what does that mean? Student of life is participate in life, suspend judgment, be a sponge, absorb it all. Student for life, never stop learning. Continuous development is a responsibility we have to each other. The duty of care that we have to create a much better world for each other requires us to be the well that feeds other people. Now, a well should not run dry. So you can't pour from an empty cup. Hence the notion to constantly pour and learn so that you can impart your knowledge to other people.
Dr. Alistair Mokoena there, he clearly took on those lessons from his parents, because he's also quite accomplished. I mean, he's got a BCom law, an LLB, an MBA, a PhD, and the teaching bug he clearly also couldn't quite escape. He now serves as an associate professor and is involved with multiple institutions of higher learning, including the University of Johannesburg and the Northwest University Business School, opening us up this morning, an international keynote speaker and chartered marketer. Welcome to the show. A very good morning to you. A pleasure to have you with us on this Tuesday morning as we continue to lead the conversation here on SAFM. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be steering the ship for you right through till midday, and hopefully you will be coming along for the journey. What you can expect on the show coming up in the first hour, as we always do, we'll begin with the open line. I'll be taking your calls. It is your opportunity to set the agenda, particularly on the national round table. So I'll take your calls on the studio line 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032, on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. So coming up on the show then today, it is a Tuesday, so we'll be talking finance with Brian Hirsch. It is the last Tuesday of the month. Can you believe it? October is done. This week, October will be done and dusted, and we'll be beginning a brand new month, which is November. The year is almost up. Can you believe it, right? The May elections feel like they were, at least to me anyway, they feel like they were last year. Time just seems to have flown by so quickly, and I guess it's also the result of everything that happens in our country on a day-to-day basis. So, yeah. So we'll take the questions for Brian last Tuesday of the month. So it is a Q&A month, or rather it's a Q&A day. We'll be dealing with your frequently asked questions as well. And then the final hour of the show, we are going to be turning our attention to Thulasizwe and looking then at the aftermath of the mass shootings that have taken place in that part of the country. Our resident, and I call her our resident clinical psychologist because she's always so generous with her time when it comes to helping us understand violence in our country, but also the psychological impact of this violence. And she's very involved in some of the stories that we report on. Nomfundo Mohabi, she'll be joining us in the second hour of the show, sharing her reflections of the work they've been doing in Thulasizwe, particularly following the mass killings, and just the impact that it has had on the community there. There's some insights that I think we can all benefit from hearing, and perhaps also begin to better prepare in as far as our responses to incidents of violence like this, in as far as those responses are concerned. So we'll have that conversation then in the final hour of the show. This morning, I'm seeing that we have multiple reports calling for the ban of turbifos, which is the chemical that killed the young children in Naledi. Those 6 young kids in Naledi were killed by this organophosphate. And yesterday we took, part of that briefing where the minister was making the announcement. It, of course, is still quite a difficult time for the families trying to make sense of what has happened. That particular report clearing the spaza shop in as far as the toxins being traced to the goods that they were selling, because they were able to run tests on a packet of chips that was in the pocket of one of the children and found that it didn't contain any toxins. But it has raised questions about this chemical turbifos, which is a pesticide often used in agriculture. It's not meant to be used domestically, but that is currently what is happening. And it's referred to as a street pesticide. So the concern really is around the wide availability of this particular product, even though if you're using it in any other context outside of agriculture, it is illegal. And so what happens is people buy the chemical and then they decant it into smaller bottles, and it's then sold to the public in different spots. People can get it at the market, etc., etc. And I just thought, how many of us take recommendations for chemicals that are said to be good, especially when we know we're trying to deal with an infestation of whatever sort. We'll talk about the ant infestation in Johannesburg, but then people are always trying to deal with all sorts of pests, trying to deal with rodents, trying to deal with cockroaches and whatever else. And so these are products that many unsuspecting members of the community will often buy. Lebo, my producer, is just telling me that he often sees them being sold in the Johannesburg CBD, just in the streets, right? And they come with the promise of delivering in as far as helping to contain whatever a pest infestation you may want to deal with. And so I thought we could have the conversation, because not many of us are actually interested in the ingredients of some of these chemicals that we use, as long as the reference or the referral we've had for it is good. So Professor Andrea rather has now called for the ban of these substances, but it's a project that she's been busy with for many years. Just last year, in April 2023, she was among those who published a study. It was titled Child and Adolescent Mortality Associated with Pesticide Toxicity in Cape Town, South Africa. And it found that most of the deaths of those children were linked to this pesticide, Turbifos. And they have since then been calling for it to be removed and to be banned from the country. Countries like the EU have already banned it simply because of the high levels of toxicity and how hazardous it is. But this is also something for us to just be more mindful of, I think, as a society. But again, even if you're calling pest control, how often do you actually ask the guys, what is in these chemicals that you're using? What are you actually spraying in the area? It is a moment, I think, for great awareness for us generally as members of the public. But I'll take your calls on 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032, on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Svali Weekend on a high note with final analysis on Sunday night. The premium wrap-up show, giving you match highlights, final scores, post-game reactions, expert analysis, and sport news weekend roundup of the local and international arena. Catch final analysis every Sunday at 8 p.m. on SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and 10 p.m. on SABC 3. Also available everywhere for everyone, always on SABC Plus and SABCSport.com. Hashtag We've Got It All. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Ever tried to paint a wall with only a brush? Or hung a picture on just a nail and a prayer? The contestants on My Design Rules will be the first to tell you good design starts with the right tools. Tune in to My Design Rules every Sunday at 7 p.m. on SABC3 and stand a chance to win a weekend away in the winning apartment. From beginner projects to expert builds, Puco has the tools and materials you need to get the job done. Ready to kickstart your next DIY project? Begin with Puco.
Puco. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
It is the Open Line, your national roundtable. I'll begin in Sandton this morning. Shonisani, good morning to you.
Hi, morning, Katie.
Yes.
Thanks for taking my call. Before I get to this organophosphate thing, let me start with electricity, Kathy. I did raise this when you were not available with KG, and I'm re-raising it again because it seems as if that surcharge for the electricity, the whole thing is dying a slow death, and people are busy paying this 236 with this expensive electricity. Maybe it's a high time you guys invite Dada Morero to come into the studio so that he can be able to come and answer as to what is it that is being done, because it seems as if now everything is hunky-dory.
Yeah.
With regards to that.
I agree with you, Shonisani. I agree with you. And I guess also most people just want to get on with their lives, you know, but it doesn't mean it's not expensive. You often feel it when you have to recharge. I've got a smart meter. And, you know, if you're buying electricity for 1,000 Rand and you're putting it in such a big fraction of it is gone. just because of that surcharge that has been added to it,
And sorry to interrupt, it's very funny, Kathy, how electricity is also going so fast after you've recharged. It's funny. I haven't changed anything. I used to recharge before the surcharge thing. I used to recharge for 1.3. That would take me from the first of the month to probably the second week of the following month.
Sure.
And then I
So
will
it's about
recharge.
6
But,
weeks
yeah.
it would last you.
Yes, but now I can hardly go 4 weeks with an electricity of 1.736. Because now I've actually made space for the 236. But now it's very funny.
Yeah. Look, Shonisani, you probably also have to take into account the actual cost of electricity that has gone up for this financial year. And so overall, we're getting a lot less units.
For more?
Yes.
For more money?
Yes.
So I think this guy needs to come in and account as early as possible, because people are sitting in their aircon offices and it's not affecting them because they've got tax and they don't care about that.
Okay.
And then coming to the organophosphate, my only thing or my take is that I don't know why as a country we are reactionaries. All the time we are caught with our pants down. There's a professor that was interviewed yesterday morning by Thulasizwe. I speak under conviction, but I think he was talking about the same chemical, which he said that it was banned in this country. I don't know how many years ago. But then it has found its way back into the country, and he mentioned that he's not actually too sure with Nigeria, but he's very sure with Zimbabwe that it's coming in from Zimbabwe into the country. Now, I ask myself, how is it coming in? What is happening in our borders? And don't we have bodies that regulate such things? You raised a very important point of when you ask, do we actually ask people who come and fumigate in our houses? What I would say is, yes, even if you can ask, they'll tell you what you want to hear because you don't know anything. So now I'm asking, where are these bodies that regulate this industry? How are these things happening? How are these things happening under their noses?
Okay. Shonisani, we'll leave it there. Look, Turbufos, the one that we're talking about, is not banned in the country, and that is precisely the issue. And it's also not on the list of products that are likely to be banned because it is used in agriculture. Previously, the Minister of Agriculture, Toko Didiza, had said that it needs to be its use needs to be limited and it shouldn't be widely available. But the reality is that it's being sold on the country streets. So how does government then begin to control that, given what we now know to be the evidence around how it is affecting communities, and in particular young children who are a lot more susceptible to its toxicity than older people? Mr. Padayachi, you are, is it KZN? Good morning.
It's nice talking to you and on SAFM. Firstly, I want to convey my condolences and sympathies and comfort to the families that have experienced this trauma. I pray that they heal quicker. My deepest condolences to them. Coming back to the issue of the call for the ban, I think, this is one aspect that has started. I think we also must look at the aspect of even when you go to a doctor or a clinic, you're given an injection and they don't declare what exactly they are giving you. They simply give it to you, and because you are not a medical person, they feel that they are too authoritative to tell you what is in it. I think there has to be some sort of a regulation that declares that whatever is being sold also as to whatever is being administered needs to be declared, so the participating individual is aware and becomes conscious of what exactly I'd like to say is that, and I think a lot of people may come down heavily on me for this, and I'm a progressive and a democratic individual, if I may claim such, but I think that since democracy, in trying to right or correct the wrongs of the evil apartheid period, our government tended to open the floodgates in everything to give us the underprivileged and the disadvantaged an opportunity to strive for a better life. And in doing so, we opened floodgates, and control measures of many aspects have gone through the window. So I think it's time, instead of us trying to, rejuvenate the ANC, we need to start tightening the freedom that we've given out, or I should say restrict it to a measure, because what seems to happen is that more the scrupulous and thugs have benefited rather than the broader public, which the ANC and our government actually wanted to benefit out of opening the floodgates.
Mr. Padayachi, I actually don't think it's a freedom problem. I think it's a rule of law problem.
Yes, when I say freedom, the rule of law, if we look at it, years back when I was a little boy, my dad had a grocery store, and the grocery store used to be visited at least once in 2 weeks by inspectors inspecting what we sold and at what times we sold. Yes, we don't want those type of restrictions, but we need to have that sort of ombudsman care that doesn't allow these things to get to the escalating aspect that it is.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about when I say freedom, not the freedom that we so desired in terms of the apartheid period.
Fair enough.
That we've opened things. A simple example for you is that if we talk about the Zola bus, the taxi industry. Now, the taxi industry is something that our people definitely need, but at the same time, they've come into a law of their own, and it's becoming very difficult to contain them in a manner in which we can control them.
Okay.
So I'm saying that part of the freedom that has actually gone to an extent that is far beyond what we wanted to achieve. Thank you, Kathy.
I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Padayachi, out in KZN. It's 9:30, time for the latest news headlines. I'm back with more of your calls on the open line. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
In your news making headlines for this hour, the Judicial Conduct Committee, JCC, in a ruling dated 22nd of October, has recommended a further probe into impeached Judge President John Hlophe's complaint against now retired Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng. In other news, one person has been arrested and 3 others taken in for questioning after the bodies of 2 women were found in Didier, south of Johannesburg. The bodies were found in an open cast mine. And lastly, the Communication Workers Union says it expelled its General Secretary, Aubrey Shabalala, for bringing the organization into disrepute with immediate effect. In a letter sent to Shabalala seen by SABC News, the union says he continued to act as General Secretary while on suspension. I'll be back at 10 for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Hi, Kathy. Good to hear your voice as always. I was listening to one of your sister stations there by Metro last night, where Faith Mangope was interviewing Buse Mkhwebane. I can't say I was shocked that much that I heard that she actually left the EFF just like that, like literally just dropped him for MK Party. But it does seem like all of our, what we had seen actually came to pass. Anyway, this is Mo from Kabeja.
Good morning, Kathy. You're speaking to Manzini and Kukulet. Since it's an open line, Kathy, man, can you assist me, please, man? I've applied for the SRT 370 in 2021. There are some few months that I've got approved, 2022 and 2023, and I'm still waiting for pay dates. SASSA is avoiding me. I'm trying to tag them. I'm trying to WhatsApp them. I'm trying to I've done everything, but I'm not getting any help. Is it possible if you can assist me, please, man? Thank you.
Good morning, Katie, and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. Katie, my consult today is like Aaron Mutsaledi. I wish one day can be a president of this country. And the deputy of president of this country can come to be a minister of police, Senzo Mchunu. You see, those ministers is working so very hard. I like to thank you guys. You are working so very hard, especially Minister of Mchunu. He's trying by all means to fight the crime and is trying by all means to fight the extortion. So according to me, it's good to congratulate the people while they are still alive and say thank you guys. You are working so very good. Katie, I can talk so many things about those ministers. I learn a lot from them. That is my consult here from Cape Town. Thank you.
Good morning, Katie. I'm Svito in Guatemala. The streets of Gauteng are full of this pesticide. It's called Alpirimi, which simply translates as he who comes across it, the sun won't set with them still being alive. It's very dangerous. We normally use it to kill rats in our households. Apparently, it's enough for a rat to just step on it and it will die without even ingesting it. It's very, very dangerous and is readily available in all the streets of Gauteng to the vendors out there. They almost, all of them, almost having it. Thank you.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Yeah, thanks for those voice notes. In terms of the pesticides, yes, I know of Alpirimi, but my understanding of Turbifos is that it could well be another chemical. It's because the way that I understand it is that it's more of a watery type chemical that then is sprayed onto different things. But I'm sure there are people who have a lot more knowledge of this than I do. But Alpirimi has been widely available, and many people have come to learn of the hazardous nature that has kids, but the substance itself is black. Colin, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Hey, Kathy, good morning. First of all, I want to congratulate Mike from Middelburg.
Okay.
Yesterday, when I heard he was coming on the radio, I thought, oh, no, please, leave Netanyahu, leave NATO, leave the war alone. I was so surprised he came nearer to home. He had a topic about home, which was very, very good.
Colin, he's an avid campaigner and he believes in what he believes in. And clearly it works, right? It works because that's the first thing you expect when you hear him on the radio.
Yeah, as I say, it's the first time when I heard you called Mike, I thought, oh, no, please, Netanyahu, close your ears. No, close your ears. NATO, close your ears. Here comes Mike. But anyway, I want to congratulate him. He changed the topic. Kathy, you know, in the old days, there were shops like we call spazes now. You had to have what I call the vendors on the street. They used to have what I call a hawker's license. I think it was 25 cents a year or something like that. And you know, you'd be surprised. You can ask if the older listeners in their 40s and 50s can remember the old days. And the hawkers used to have license, and they used to even wear a white coat, some of them, you know. And they were nice and clean, everything like that. They had a license. The dealer shop had a license. The general dealer also had a bigger license because he could sell anything, groceries and things like that. Now, I don't know why they don't bring that back, those bylaws back. And another thing to is...
Colin, do you think it's as a result of lack of bylaws? I don't think so. We just
No.
struggle with enforcement of bylaws.
Yes, but you see, it's the same as the old days. We had a radio license. We paid our radio license. We had a dog license. We even had a bicycle license to ride on the streets. And that there was law and order. The elderly listeners in the 50s, 60s, they'll remember those days.
Did you need a license to own a dog, Colin?
Yes, you had
Really?
a dog license, yes. 25 cents a year or something like that. And the inspectors came around with your license, like a TV license. No, they take your dog. That is why you never had dogs roaming on dumps and things like that, and breeding such a lot, and spreading disease and rabies. That was all controlled.
Sure.
Wow. Your older listeners will know about it. And
Yeah, Colin, I don't know how something like that would be possible today, eh?
yeah, but
I can't see it.
Yeah, those days I think the people respected law. But anyway, our guys, our South Africans, they are letting their garages, their homes and things like that to illegal foreigners. And they're getting quite a big rent also. They're also to blame. Our South African blacks. It's a different story if the man is legally in the country, he's got a working permit, but they know they'll take anybody for 4,000 or 5,000 rand a month.
Colin, they're not the only ones that aiding and abetting this kind of behavior.
I'm not saying they're the only ones. I'm just saying, I'm talking about spaza shops now. I'm not talking about anything else now.
Okay.
To get rid of the spaza shop problem, have those people registered. And even if a South African owns it, he's got to have it registered.
Okay.
And, you know what I mean? And
I hear you, Colin.
We'll get rid of all this. Thanks
Okay.
very much, Kathy.
I hear you loud and clear, Colin. Colin there on the issue of spaza shops. Gerald, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my call. I want to just touch a bit on the issue of the kids that unfortunately died from the food poisoning. So when I followed this thing the way it was covered, and I really think that the media, for me, did not do a very good job, of, actually calming down communities, and saying that please, let's, wait for investigations to take place, and community leaders, to calm down people. But I think the media was actually fanning the flame of xenophobia, the way it was covered. It was covered like it's a fact that the poison came from foreign-owned spaza shops, and I thought that was wrong. And now that it's been discovered that that is not the case, the media is silent. And there's no one taking responsibility. People have lost their livelihoods, their shops, and I just feel that every time that there's a problem, the foreign nationals are very quick to be blamed. And maybe as a society we should do better.
Gerald, do you think that, in your view, the fact that it has been found to not have been linked to the food from that particular spaza shop, that it takes away the concerns that people have around the quality of food sold? Because remember that the deaths of these children, yes, was quite the extreme end, but not the first time that we're seeing youngsters die as a result of food poisoning. But if you can also think about the last 3 weeks, the number of times that you've had young kids rush to hospital in groups as a result of food poisoning from food that they bought at their local spaza shops. And it's been happening in different parts of the country. So, yes, in this instance, it might not be poisoning, but I don't think it takes away the legitimacy of the concerns that are being raised.
No, it doesn't, Cassie. It absolutely doesn't take away. You know what, Cassie? I have gone to retailers like your ShopRite and other, let me not call names, but I've found a lot of expired food in some of these shops. I'm being honest to you. But, sometimes we think, oh, that maybe it's a white man's shop or something, expired food, it's bad for communities and everything, But let's try to deal with things, fairly. You understand? Nobody goes to ShopRite to burn it down because they found, expired food in ShopRite or in another retail chain. So I'm just talking about the reaction and the way it is being, propagated by the media, like it's those foreigners. You know what I mean?
Okay,
so,
Gerald?
Yes.
I hear you. Thanks for that view. Gerald out in Cape Town. Zamo, you're in East London. Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Good, Zamo.
Yeah, I would like to talk about the road in East London, but firstly,
Zamo, I'm going to ask you just to try and move around. The connection is bad. I'm going to ask Lebo to call you back because, that quality of connection is not great at all. Let me go to Mike. Mike, you're in Newlands. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and I have to admit, sadly, that I am one of those people that remember dogs' licenses.
Did you have a dog license, Mike?
Not personally, but my dog did. And I do remember it cost something like 25 cents. Crazy. Kathy, I'm phoning just to put on the round table, maybe I think for the second time, is on NHI. There's a headline in the paper yesterday, breaking ghost company bags 428 million oxygen plant tender. In other words, a false tender has gone to a ghost company for 428 million. And then below that, we read about the fact that Dr. Sophie Sinkasa has quit his high-paying job, and you earn 4.5 million rand sitting at home. The previous minister, Zweli Mkhize, of course, is still sitting at home, hasn't gone to jail yet for the scam on the digital vice and so on. And the point I'm trying to drive at is this. I would like you to ask if you would get Dr. Motsoaledi to come onto your show with Dr. Crisp. And I'd just like to pose 3 questions to them. And the reason I want to do that is that I recently was exposed to both private and government hospitals. And the first question I'd like to ask Dr. Motsoaledi is this. If I'm paying medical aid and the medical aid company looks after me and doesn't cost the government any money, and I'm still paying tax, which I am, that my tax money, that doesn't have to go to me and my share, it can go to the poorer people. What first of all, is wrong with that? Secondly, the private hospitals don't cost anybody any money. They operate as a function, and interestingly enough, he keeps calling them racist and whites only. More than 50% of the members of private medical aid are indeed blacks. And, of course, whenever we find out about a cabinet minister, like Minister Godongwana was in hospital recently, where was he? In a private hospital. And I can name many other ministers that all end up in private hospitals. And then the last question I'd like to ask him is, look, if he is so dead set on having an NHI, I don't mind. But then he's got to be able to do at least prove to us, me, Kathy, because I'm not going to guess, but I'm pretty sure you don't go, you'd like me taking the knock and paying a little bit of extra or quite a lot extra to go to private healthcare. But if he wants us all to go to a government hospital, then he must at least prove to us that there is one hospital, just one hospital, that the ANC can run to the same standard as a private hospital. Then I might be convinced. But
look,
you know
Mike,
what, Kathy,
Mike, I don't think that that's necessarily fair.
It's very
No, it's the market inquiry. Remember the market inquiry into the healthcare sector and what it found. And it looked at both the public and private health sectors. It found problems across the board. So this idea that the private sector is just pure perfection is a misnomer. And so is the idea that there are no well-run, well-functioning hospitals, public hospitals in the country. It's simply not true. So yes, absolutely. The debate about NHI rages on. I don't know if you saw the latest reports, Mike, of last week's cabinet meeting, where the implementation of the NHI has now been effectively postponed, and it sounds to have been quite a heated meeting. As you know, the Minister Motsoaledi was advocating for its implementation to start immediately, and the John Steenhuisen and other cabinet colleagues saying no. The president ultimately saying that it must be postponed to the next cabinet meeting early next year. So it is still quite a divisive issue, but I don't think that in having that debate we must then take away from the very good work that is happening in the public sector. Not the entire system is rotten and bad.
I'd like to see the ANC MPs forced into government hospitals. But what I just want to say, one final point, which I haven't mentioned, and that is the SASSA grant system has just been exposed by 2 young first-year students. They have highlighted the corruption that is going on in SASSA, so much so that the one ANC MP actually had the gall to call these guys anti-patriotic. Now, these guys have discovered massive corruption. Can you imagine, with a government of 3 or 4 billion, in fact, it's going to be 700 billion, and we're going to let the ANC government run this, because Dr. Motsoaledi has said the ANC is going to run this, not Discovery or one of these private healthcares, which are the most amazingly run organizations around. It's going to go to the government departments. Can you imagine the corruption? It will be off the charts.
Okay, Mike out in Newlands, thanks for that call. Yeah, absolutely. I do think that people are legitimately concerned around the financing structure of the NHI, and it is an ongoing conversation in this country. It will be an ongoing debate. But what I'm saying is that let's not be unfair. Let's not be unfair to the hardworking public officials that really give their best in making sure that there is a certain level of quality of care that ordinary South Africans who are not on private health care are able to access. Zamo, you're in East London. You're back on the line. Good morning. Yes, good morning.
Morning, Katie. I would like firstly, to compliment. There were 2 or plus or 4 guys last week, Tuesday night, by that intersection from Oxford to Fred. They were filling the potholes by the wheelbarrows.
Zamo, I'm so sorry. I cannot hear you. I think you're in an area with a really bad connection. You're probably going to have to try us a little bit later in the week, maybe, when you're in a different location. But the quality of connection, unfortunately, is just not good. Mr. Nkwashu, you're in Pretoria. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, please excuse my ignorance. I just wanted to get some clarity in case anyone has got a good understanding of what I want to talk about. I'm talking about this organization of Gordon Myers Group. I just want to find out if it is a registered organization. Does it have a constitution? When does it hold its conferences to elect leadership? And does it get subscriptions from its members? Who exactly are the members and how many do they have? Because ever since I knew about SAPO, I only know SAPO and Gordon Myers Group. I've never heard of anyone. And always when he talks, it looks like he's talking on behalf of a lot of people. But I really don't understand whether it's an NGO or an NPO or what exactly is it. Is it registered somewhere? I really don't understand that part.
Yeah, Mr. Nkwashu, I think Miles Buru is the only one in a position to answer most of the questions that you have asked. But, you're right when you say that he has been the face of the organization for a really, really long time. And he's often he's often the sole campaigner, because you'll find that a lot of the people he represents are actually imprisoned. They're behind bars, Mr. Nkwashu.
But how do they join the organization? Do they fill up a membership form? How do they pay the subscription if they do pay subscription? Can you call him so that he can come and clarify us, so that we understand how this organization operates?
Yeah, maybe the minute you become a prisoner, you qualify automatically.
No, there's nothing like a forced membership by association. There's nothing like that.
No, but
Membership
it is the South African Prisoners Organization, isn't it?
No, Kathy, this is a one-man band. I want him to come and explain to us.
No, man, leave Miles Budu alone. Leave Miles Budu alone. Mr. Nkwashu, bye-bye. And I know Miles Budu might call in because he's an avid listener of the station. Miles Budu, are you a one-man show? Who are your members? Can you show us your members? Smanga in Mpumalanga, good morning.
Hello, Katie. How are you, man?
Good.
Yes. I want to talk about these spaza shops for the foreigners. I think our government here is covering something about these things, because as a citizens of South Africa, we are not complaining about the only poisonous food that they are selling. Everything that they are selling, these guys, it's a fake product. Like you can go and see the drinks that are selling these guys. Cigarettes, they are selling. Where are all these products coming from?
But Smanga, what interest would the government have in covering up?
Sorry?
Why would the government be part of a cover-up if, in fact, the goods that are sold are not up to scratch?
Yeah, I think our government is protecting these foreigners. Everything that we're complaining about, covering. We're complaining about drugs. We're complaining about our as we're speaking now. My passport, I applied for my passport 2021 there by Rustenburg, but still now not received. I'm just I'm from KZN. I'm always going there to just to get what is going on with my passport, but no one is helping me there by Rustenburg. Then I just spoke to the manager there by Rustenburg Home Affairs. He told me stories about my passport. Then we can see, you can see, Katie, these guys, foreigners who are coming illegally here in South Africa, they just get papers just because they are using our identities.
And Smanga, what reason were you given for not receiving your passport?
Sorry?
What reason were you given for not receiving your passport?
Sorry, Katie, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat?
Smanga, you say that you've been trying to apply for a passport and you didn't get it.
Yes, I applied for it.
Yes.
2021. But
Did they tell you why? Did they tell you why you haven't received it?
No, they don't tell me. They don't tell me why. Then I just make my research to one of them there by Rustenburg. Yes, Rustenburg Home Affairs. He told me many passports and IDs, they are being sold to these guys, foreigners, who are coming illegal in South Africa. He just told me that. Then he didn't want me to give his name, but he just said, I'm just giving you just a few information about your passport. Because we've got many complaints.
So basically he was suggesting that your passport has probably been sold to somebody else.
Yes.
No, that's terrible.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Smanga, I'm going to put you through to Lebo, just so that you can give him a bit more details around your particular matter. But it of course is highly unusual to have applied for a passport in 2021. It's now, what, three years later? He should have received it by now, and if not, clear reasons why he's being denied a passport. James in Johannesburg, good morning.
Hi, Casey, how's it?
Good.
Look, man, I don't know. I think Solima Pile has been exonerated. I don't understand why the ANC allows itself to be abused by the DA like this. Do you understand? you look at the whole Ukraine thing, it's just an indication that DA has entered into this relationship to run a parallel government. They're treating ANC with disdain, and ANC are just taking it. And what is even more unfathomable against the ANC is the fact that it's not like they're stuck with the DA. There are two other choices that can explore. You understand? They can either work with the EFF and other parties, or they can work with other minorities and exclude both the EFF and the MK. The choices are plenty. Why is the ANC subjecting itself to such an abuse?
Well, clearly it must prefer the choice of the DA and its other coalition partners.
But it's not working. And the DA out there
in what way is it not working? They're still together. Yes, there are these disagreements that we see in the public over multiple issues, but the fact that everybody's still in it suggests that it's working for the parties in it.
It's not. I don't think it's working for the party. I don't think that the general population of the ANC are happy about that. I think that the elites are just doing their own thing. They've left the masses behind. I mean, there's nothing hating, to hear that the minister, the whole Minister of Education, she's anti, something that she's supposed to execute and implement. She didn't even attend that thing, It is hating when to hear the DA, trying to divide the ANC, advising, talking very strongly about a member of the ANC in the name of Panada Lesufi, insinuating that he must be disciplined. Well, they're not members of the ANC themselves. Now there is this Ukraine debacle where the DA want to claim easy victories. Look at this Muslim marriage. The marriage was signed by the president. The DA want to come out and want to claim easy victories. Do you understand? And then ANC are just taking it. Do you understand? In the name of what? In the name of that the DA will exaggerate the rent and we're going to be subjected to these agencies. No. Remember, the DA are not. Look at our foreign policy. I don't think there's majority of us, black people, who are the rightful members of the global south. We are not unhappy with our foreign policy. Our foreign policy is doing just fine. Whether or not you're a member of the ANC, our foreign policy is good. We love it, to understand. It's only the DA, because the DA's policies are aligned with the global north, you understand. So South Africa basically divided into two. So the DA, they want to use this GNU to turn our country into Europe. But our country is not. It's in Africa. It's the global south.
Okay.
Black people are dying everywhere. They are dying. So the global south are dying there, eating nonsense. In the townships. To understand. And none of the white people are dying. So ANC must not allow themselves to be treated like this by the DA.
Okay.
They need to file papers and divorce the DA. There were two other choices that they can make.
Okay.
Thank you,
James. We'll have to leave it there. James out in Johannesburg. Yeah, the fractious nature of this government of national unity does, of course, raise its own concerns. Did you see that Twitter exchange? Presidency's Vincent Magwenya, the spokesperson, and of course Leon Schreiber, the Minister of Home Affairs. I mean, it's just unbelievable that some of these things play themselves out in public and on social media in the way that they do. All right, it's time for your latest news update.
Here's what real clients say about Outsurance. Here's Fundi, 46 from Brackenfell.
They give me lesser amount for my car. 523 rand on my 2013 Hyundai iX35.
Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
Give Outsurance a call. You can't lose.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Mubango returns for an explosive new season on SABC2. A renaissance of new beginnings, intrigue, and drama with old enemies and new characters. Catch the rebirth season of Mubango every Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. on SABC2 or stream it on SABC Plus. Mubango, ukovela panda. SABC2.
Think bigger than just a banking partner.
Think a team of specialized experts supporting you to make better financial decisions to enable your growth aspirations. Think a strategic partnership providing indispensable advice to help you make the right moves. Think bigger. Think Nedbank Commercial Banking. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider.
Top stories for this hour: a ruling to further probe Mogoeng, and a bail hearing for two arrested in Thulasizwe mass murder case. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. The Judicial Conduct Committee has recommended a further probe into impeached Judge President John Hlophe's complaint against now retired Chief Justice Mogoeng. This stems from Hlophe's 2020 complaint against the retired Chief Justice, where the former alleged, among other things, that the retired Chief Justice conducted himself improperly and unlawfully in the manner in which he handled the complaint against him by Deputy Judge President Patricia Goliath. Kenny Mapanga reports.
Now impeached Judge President Hlophe alleges, among other things, that the former Chief Justice had a private conversation with DJP Goliath in his absence over the matter and thereafter presided over the same allegations and his subsequent counter-complaint in a manner that was inconsistent with his oath of office. Former Chief Justice Mogoeng, however, denies all the allegations. The JCC in its ruling considered that the complaint will, if established prima facie, indicate gross misconduct on the part of the former Chief Justice that may be seen as bringing the judiciary into disrepute. As a result, the JCC recommended a probe by a tribunal. Kani Mapanga, SABC News, Johannesburg.
The two people arrested in connection with the mass murder of 18 people in Thulasizwe in the Eastern Cape are expected to apply for bail in the local magistrate court today. The two accused, between the ages of 36 and 38, are facing 18 counts of murder and possession of an unlawful firearm. The two arrested in Flagstaff in possession of 3 AK-47 assault rifles and a Mannlicher rifle. Police believe the rifles were used to commit the massacre in Thulasizwe. The state has also indicated it will oppose the bail application. In other news, one person has been arrested and 3 others taken in for questioning after the bodies of 2 women were found in De Deer, south of Johannesburg. The bodies were found in an open-cast mine. Police say the women were kidnapped during a house robbery in Kliprivier on Friday night. Gauteng Police spokesperson Mavela Masond.
One suspect was arrested after he was found in possession of some of the items that were taken during the house robbery. He appeared at Vereeniging Magistrate Court on Monday, the 28th of October, and he was remanded in custody. 3 more males have been taken in for questioning on the house robbery and kidnapping case.
8 people who were arrested last week in connection with allegedly issuing fraudulent driver's licenses in the Free State and the Northern Cape have been released on bail of between 1,500 and 3,000 rand. The suspects, comprising traffic officials and civilians, appeared in the Pietersburg Magistrate Court in the Free State. Cornelo Legafola reports.
The accused are believed to be part of a syndicate that has been operating between Free State and Northern Cape. The investigation followed an intelligence-driven operation named Commando that uncovered a web of corruption at Koffiefontein and Pietersburg licensing centers. The operation was jointly handled by the Road Traffic Management Corporation's Anti-Corruption Unit along with the Free State Crime Intelligence Unit. Cornelo Legafola, SABC News, Pietersburg.
The Communication Workers Union says it expelled its General Secretary, Aubrey Chabalala, for bringing the organization into disrepute with immediate effect. In letters sent to Chabalala, seen by SABC News, the union says he continued to act as General Secretary while on suspension. He engaged with the business rescue practitioners of the South African Post Office, which caused confusion during the business rescue process, and that his conduct had direct negative impacts on the rights of CW members employed by the Post Office. Chabalala is said to have also engaged in numerous litigations on behalf of the CWU without seeking and obtaining a proper mandate or authority, which led to the CWU being exposed to cost orders of more than 600,000 rand. And lastly, looking further afield, the U.S. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller says Washington has made it clear to Israel it is deeply concerned by the UNRWA decision. It says the U.S. is urging Israel to pause implementation of the legislation, saying that the agency played an irreplicable role in Gaza. William DeRee is the director in Washington.
The legislation is passed. If the government implements the legislation, it's going to devastate the humanitarian response in Gaza. It's going to have